Agenda item 1, call to order and roll call. 1A, call for quorum. It is 8:39 a.m., Monday, December 13th, 2021. I call this meeting of the Independent Redistricting Commission to order. For the record, the Executive Assistant, Valerie Newman, will be taking roll. When your name is called, please indicate you're present. I assume you'll be able to respond verbally, but if not, we ask that you type your name. Val.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Vice Chair Watchman.
Present.
Commissioner Meal.
Present.
Commissioner York.
Present.
Commissioner Lerner. Chairperson Newberg.
Present.
And for the record, also in attendance, we have Executive Director Brian Schmidt. And appearing virtually will be Deputy Director Lori Van Haren. From our legal team, we have Brett Johnson and Eric Spencer from Snell and Wilmer, and Roy Herrera from Ballard Spar. Our mapping consultants are appearing virtually today: Mark Flahan, Parker Bradshaw, and Brian Kingery from Timmins, and Doug Johnson and Ivy Beller-Sikansky from NDC Research. And our transcriptionist today is Debbie Welks. Thank you.
Thank you. Please note for the minutes that a quorum is present. Agenda item 1B, call for notice. Val, was the notice and agenda for the commission meeting properly posted 48 hours in advance of today's meeting?
Yes, it was, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Agenda item 2, approval of minutes from December 9th, 2021. We have A and B, 1 general session and 2 executive session agenda items that were related to VRA compliance. I'll enter discussion, and if there is no discussion, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes and executive session minutes from December 9th.
I move that we approve the minutes, both the regular session and the 2 executive session minutes.
Vice Chair Watchman seconds that motion, Madam Chair.
With no further discussion, Vice Chair Watchman.
Aye.
Commissioner Meal.
Aye.
Commissioner Lerner.
Aye.
Commissioner York.
Aye.
Commissioner Newberg is an aye, and with that, the minutes are approved. We'll move to agenda item 3, opportunity for public comments. Public comment will now open for a minimum of 30 minutes and remain open until the adjournment of the meeting. Comments will only be accepted electronically in writing on the link provided in the notice and agenda for this public meeting, and will be limited to 3,000 characters. Please note, members of the commission may not discuss items that are not specifically identified on the agenda. Therefore, pursuant to ARS 38-431.01H, action taken as a result of public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter, responding to any criticism, or scheduling the matter for further consideration and decision at a later date. We'll move to agenda item number 4, discussion on public comments received prior to today's meeting.
I'd like to, again, as we all do, say thank you to the public for your comments. I want to make a couple of points this morning as we enter into our last week and a half of deliberations. I appreciate hearing from the public and the passion that exists on both sides about the maps. But as we enter into this and people get riled up a little bit, I'm going to ask again that the public remove any personal attacks from your comments. 10 years ago, the independent chair of the commission was treated unfairly and criticized by members of one party because of her votes that were seen as favoring one party over another. I'm seeing the same treatment of our current chair, where one party in particular is upset about the votes. There is no reason to not be respectful and civil. I believe our chair has the best interests of the state in mind and will work toward that end. I know she has sought to understand the needs of our state. I know she has an open door to meet with anyone who wants to explain their perspective, and she has reiterated that throughout our meetings. I believe the chair is working hard to develop a process and has developed a process that we are all working in where we're all able to express our opinions, which we have, as you have seen, we freely do in our conversations. So I want to remind everybody that there's a lot of work to be done. That's what we're going to be doing over the next 6 days. 6 days, I think we have left on the maps, and there's a lot of decisions that will be made. But again, if you can please respect the process and respect the commission, I would appreciate that.
Thank you. I too remain fully committed to the integrity of our process, the integrity of our decision-making. I'm deeply appreciative of my colleagues and am very proud of the ethical, transparent, and collegial process we have collectively run. And I have no doubt that it's going to continue to go down that path and will model for the community deliberation and making decisions based on the merit of the case. There are no deals being made. There's no backroom anything. This is a fair, honest, intellectual process of understanding very complicated guidelines to do what's right for as many in our state as possible. I know that there's some additional dissenting voices coming in our way from other institutions or party lines. I welcome all of that. I actually think the more we're exposed to differing views, the more accurate our understanding of the state's challenges are and the better decisions that we will make. So I still feel very good about our process and our broader team. If there are no other additional comments regarding public comments, we can move to agenda item number 5, summary and discussion of United States versus Texas, at case 3- I don't know how to say it, 321-CV00299 that our council will lead us through. I believe, can do some general briefing in public, and then at some point, it may behoove us to go into executive session to ask legal advice as it relates to our application of the law.
Can you hear me okay? All right, perfect. Thank you, Madam Chair. We wanted to give you an update as to one of the new lawsuits that was brought by the Department of Justice against the state of Texas in regard to Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. The parameters, the background on that case, just for kind of scope, Texas, unlike Arizona, Texas was able to receive 2 new districts as part of the redistricting and as part of the census. When that occurred, obviously that is going to have a significant impact on the different lines that were drawn because you're adding to the mix. As part of that, what the Department of Justice had concerns with and brought its lawsuit on was a significant increase of the population in Texas was because of the Latino population increase. When that happened, what the Department of Justice is arguing is that the districts then should have reflected that at least one of those districts should have been drawn for the increase of Latino population. What happened in the state of Texas, according to the complaint, is that those 2 districts were drawn in such a way to be provided to the whites and have the white vote there and also have the majority. In addition to that, it also, on the wider districts of the amount that they had, there was a decrease in Latino participation in some of those districts too that the Department of Justice had concerns with. As part of Section 5, which is no longer applicable, there is the concept of retrogression, that basically the minority population in their representation should maintain that from redistricting to redistricting. Under Section 2, we call that very similar but different, is dilution. And so the Department of Justice brought the complaint arguing that the Latino vote was diluted for that purpose. In addition to the Department of Justice concentrating on the Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, what they also did was was target that basically the way that those lines were drawn were also not in support of the traditional redistricting factors, compactness, continuities, communities of interest, et cetera, and instead were, according to the Department of Justice, intentionally drawn for purposes of maintaining the white majority in those two new districts. Okay, so it's also an intentional type of dilution. From that standpoint, that I have not seen that Texas has responded to that complaint yet, but then that will obviously go through the process at the federal court. Just as a way of background, when these types of cases come together, and it's dealing with redistricting, either party can request, and in some cases mandatory, where there's a three judge panel that will then hear the case, and that's what's traditionally happened here in the state of Arizona with a Court of Appeals judge and 2 district court judges. So that will be going through the process. The other thing I want to point out that Department of Justice had questions on, because it's a significant distinction between our district. Obviously, it was drawn by the legislature. That's one point. The other issue the Department of Justice had with it is that the lack of public comment and a lot of participation in the drawing of those maps. In reality, from the Department of Justice perspective, it happened very quickly. When you see this commission's process and concentrating on our 6 different factors of the Arizona Constitution, as well as the extent of the public comment, where we do not see those same concerns that the Department of Justice has raised in regard to the state of Texas. So with that, I'll turn it over to Roy to see if he has anything to add.
No, I mean, I think Brett covered it well. The basic theory of the case is that Texas is getting additional representation at the congressional level. And the allegation essentially is that the new maps don't keep up with the Latino population growth that Texas has experienced over the last 10 years. And the map drawers essentially forego the drawing of additional Latino ability to elect districts when they could have. The government, I think, is something to note that I think is important. So the government alleges that the map makers were presented with potential maps that would have allowed for additional Latino ability to elect districts, and they point to that as evidence essentially of an intentional vote dilution. So ultimately, it is an intentional vote dilution claim. It's actually interesting that the government didn't bring alongside it a racial gerrymandering claim. It's simply a Section 2 violation. But I think that's what's most notable. And then, of course, as Brett started with, this is the first Department of Justice lawsuit that they've brought this redistricting cycle. So I think it shows overall the department is interested in being a litigant in these cases going forward, and even in a post pre-clearance redistricting context. So those are the main takeaways from the argument, or I'm sorry, from the complaint. But we could obviously answer any legal questions as it applies to Arizona in executive session.
Any questions that are just general questions unrelated to how this may affect our interpretation and decisions? Okay. If not, I suggest, I'm sure many of us have legal questions. I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session, which would not be open to the public for the purpose of obtaining legal advice to further implement and/or advance these legal issues pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A3.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Watchman, motions to go into executive session on this matter.
Commissioner Meal seconds.
With no further deliberation, Vice Chair Watchman,
Aye.
Commissioner Meal,
Aye.
Commissioner Lerner, Commissioner York, Commissioner Newberg is an aye. With that, we will move into executive session to discuss any potential application of this new case to our work and seek legal advice. Okay, can we all hear each other? Mapping?
Yes, this is Dot. I can hear you.
Okay, we are good to go. Okay, thank you, everybody, for your patience while we were in executive session to have the opportunity to ask any legal questions regarding if the Texas case has any applications to our responsibility in Arizona. With that, we will move to agenda item 6, potential update, discussion, and potential action concerning polarization data and report presentation for mapping consultants regarding U.S. and Arizona constitutional requirements. Are there any updates? Mark, Doug?
No, not today. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll move to agenda item 7, draft map decision discussion. I'd like to say just a few words to my colleagues before we dive into the meat of the map drawing. I want to share that I think this is going to be the last day where all sides are going to have free rein to just take the map where you want to go and to explore. My concern is that the directions that the maps are going are taking us further from so many of the compromises, agreements that we made with the draft map. I want to state, I liked our draft maps. There were some silly mistakes that we can fix to honor retirement communities, honor city lines, do a better job with the Latino majority minority districts. We can improve it. But there is a lot to those maps that I like, and I would like to get back to finding a way for us to get to a new draft map at some point, and that we're just fine tuning. I don't want to start my own map because I don't want the map to be mine. So today, I encourage you, we will go through what we, had planned for, which is for everybody to be able to look at, the ideas you wanted to float out there, and to have the opportunity with mapping to fine tune and come up with a map that you would like to argue is the best starting point for further deliberation. Along those lines, I'm going to share with you, since I'm not drawing my own map, just things that are important to me, and that when I'm making my decision about what map I'd like to start from, it's going to look at some of these issues. Okay. The way in which the Congressional District 1 is in both of your maps, I want D1 to shift west to incorporate more of a Phoenix urban element, but I don't want it to be solely an urban Phoenix district that puts, I think, Phoenix interests first and foremost, and doesn't do justice to other areas of the map. So that's something on my mind. I'm very sympathetic to the Native American concerns about their opportunity to elect a candidate of their choice in the primary. There's been sufficient data, maybe a while ago, because it was, in the first iteration of redistricting, that there were, several occasions in which the Flagstaff Democrats really had very different opinions about the Native American choices. And I need to study that, but I'm going to have great sensitivity to that issue. LD9, I'm sensitive to some of the arguments presented by the Salt River Pima tribe with some of their children in the school districts. We have to be careful. I want to make sure Lehigh goes to the appropriate district, which is probably LD10. I'm not a fan of the proposed LD25 by the Latino Coalition. I believe that when I look at the entire map, that it's an impediment to honoring some of the economic driving forces of the West Valley, some of the ag and cattle interests in our LD 25. Litchfield Park doesn't work. And I am concerned about not prioritizing a certain interest group at the expense of other state needs. We can be accused of going too far in that direction. If there are, in fact, minorities that are marginalized or not included, I think we'll have options to fit those people into other majority minority districts. I want to ensure that the Latino Asian communities in the East Valley are very right. Right now, I think the map that I was in support of that corrected the panhandle and reworked a little bit Chandler and Gilbert, I think accomplished that mostly. If there are areas that don't work, I'm amenable to tweaking that. You know, the Asian community is truly, you know, growing in numbers and have a lot of, you know, cohesion. And so that's important. As I've mentioned before, I really like the Latino Coalition's initial vision of CD7 as it comes up into Avondale and Tolleson. I think it best captures the Latino population and leaves out fewer Latinos. I like the ideas I presented with CD3 to keep some communities of interest. I like the idea of recognizing the cohesion of downtown Phoenix and Canto, the historic neighborhoods north of downtown, and the northern Phoenix neighborhoods up to the 101. I think these areas can be represented well in either CD1 or 3. We need to keep our eyes on the LGBTQ community between Camelback and Indian School. I'd like them to be kept together. There are some fixes. I'm not going to get into that right now, but I just wanted you to know what's on my mind. I like the vertical Latino coalition of the portrayal of LDs 24 and 26. I think it reflects their elementary schools better. You know, some of the actual specific lines can remain to be debated. LD 17 in the South, I am, you know, very concerned about the unincorporated areas in that they have not been able to have enough empowerment to come together to advocate for their urban interests. If ever, you know, like we hear the extreme urban-rural divides, you know, up north and then with Maricopa County in this area, I hear the intensity of those divides as well between the Tucson city interests being very much at odds with what some of these unincorporated areas are wanting for their communities, fighting about water, you know, et cetera. One of the things that, you know, I understand there's a barrier, there's mountains. One of the most compelling reasons for why I think this group needs better representation is that they have so much in common and they want to build bridges and they want to build infrastructure to enable better economic coordination, all types of community of interest coordination, but they lack the political clout to advocate for it because they're drowned out by city interests. Now, I don't know what boundary that's going to look like. I want to redeliberate the whole process of LD 17 and make sure we're talking about all of the right issues for the right reasons. Commissioner Meal, if you think your newest proposal best, you know, maximizes all, you know, constitutional criteria, I will certainly open myself up to learning that and you know, and if there are differences of opinion, it'll be debated. But at that point, that's really what I want to share. And I really do hope that as you're embarking on the time with mapping, you know, keep in mind what you think there might be more consensus on. Keep in mind your top priorities and think in mind, all the things that I liked about the draft maps. So with that, I turn it over to my colleagues, whether you want to start with CD, LD, and which side wants to go first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually, I spent the weekend actually doing a comparison. So I'm actually really intrigued and probably to some extent on the same page. I spent my weekend creating a chart, well, part of my weekend, that looked at a comparison from our original draft 7.1 and all the iterations that we've had since then to look at where we are and how those have changed and evolved. And I feel that we have, I picked out about 5 or 6 districts that are almost identical, that have changed in just minor ways, where I'm comfortable with saying we could use the original draft in looking at that because of and I kind of made a list of where I feel that we have the most discussion among us. And I did that to some extent by looking at where we've had the most significant changes in these districts.
You know what, Commissioner Lerner, I actually failed to mention a very important point about ongoing processes that will also shape the way in which you're going to use this time. After today, and after we find a common draft map to start from, or like a new iteration, I'm going to suggest that we begin to lock in decisions that, where we know that there's no more information to deliberate, we've had sufficient study, and we know what the votes are or aren't, we'll gradually lock in those decisions so that we continue to work from the same map and protect and perfect the same map. So I just wanted to make sure that was out there as well. Thanks.
Thank you. So I actually think we have, there's a lot of agreement, until I started to do this chart, there's a lot of things that we haven't moved very far from. And then there are a few districts where we seem to be focusing on, based on what I was looking at. District CD1, which in our first map to 9.1 and 9.2 and 9.0, are quite different in terms of a number of factors that we've looked at. CD2 hasn't evolved much, but I do think we need to address the competitiveness piece and what you've already mentioned. In that CD3 also doesn't vary a huge amount from our draft map. CD4, there's some differences, but I feel that not huge differences in what we had with our draft. The same thing with CD5. It's within a few points of where we were. CD6 is one of the areas that we have quite a bit of discussion. So that's one area that I think we could probably spend some time on. And that was one of and we obviously have that ARM or whatever we want to call it that goes in that we all agree needs to evolve. And then to be quite honest, 7, 8, and 9, while there could be some adjustments in those, in particular 9, I think we could probably, is almost identical to what we started with 7.1. So I found that in looking at this, I felt like on our last meeting, we just went whole scale into let's make lots of changes. And what was concerning to me when I was looking at that was the population imbalance that we ended up developing for so many of our congressional districts as a result of us just moving things around, which is why I kind of went back to looking and saying, why are we changing everything? When we had agreement, and I remember when we left our last meeting, we all said, yeah, we have a few things that we are not happy with this 7.1, but there were a lot of things that we said we could be okay with. So from that, I guess I wanted to make that statement from that perspective, because I spent a lot of my time this weekend looking at that. And when we first got the maps and seeing the population imbalances that had resulted in that, it was concerning to me that somehow we had, and I'm as much to blame as anybody, we made proposals as much as anybody else. So this chart that I worked on gives me at least a clearer picture of the few places that I think we could narrow the focus, at least from my perspective. Do I love every one of them? No, but are there ways that I think we've compromised for some of those? Absolutely. So from my perspective, there are a number of districts in our congressional map that I know we have to tweak. When we tweak one, we have to do another. But for example, 6 and 7 is one place that we need to kind of do an adjustment as part of that. And we know that 6 and 7 have to be balanced with that. And then 1 and 2 probably need some pieces that go with 3, but there's a number of them that we could probably, hopefully, not do as much work on and not cause as many imbalances. So before I give any recommendations, I guess I just wanted to make that comment about that analysis that I had done. And it came directly as a result of looking at the impact of our changes from our last meeting. So I'll stop there before I give any recommendations to see if anybody else has anything to say.
I think it's true that the closer your final map you're going to present, the closer it is to the essence of the draft map, the more likely I'm going to like it. But I mean, not that there were things I didn't like about the draft map. The retirement communities were all over the place. Gila Bend was all over the place. The Panhandle, city lines. I mean, there were imperfections and there weren't complete consensus, but thank you for your comments.
Okay, you want me to go ahead? Okay. All right. So in considering that, one of the areas that I mentioned, 6 and 7, there need to be some adjustments in that. Oh, I'm sorry. I should start out by saying that I'm working off of map 9.1 is the map that I'm going off of. And I'm doing that because I actually feel that 9.1 did the things that we were requesting. I guess I'll just go with that. And I feel that it actually gives us some balance in some areas. So if I pull up, I'm looking at 9.1. I'm going to go down to District 6 and District 7 to start in the south part of the state, just to kind of look at that. I have concerns about some of the other maps, but at this point, I think I'm just going to work off of mine unless you want me to give concerns to the others. But otherwise, I just would like to explain. I think that the 9.1 map does a nice job in District 1, where it actually puts most of, it's a majority Phoenix district. Is it completely a Phoenix district? No, but I think it's 70 to 75% Phoenix, which was in keeping with Mayor Gallego wanting 2 Phoenix majority districts. The other thing that it does is it nicely aligns. It has all of Paradise Valley in there. It also combined McCormick Ranch, which was one of the concerns that we heard. It also does a nice job in terms of school district. The Paradise Valley School District is in District 1 and District 8 as well. We've been attentive to school districts all the way through. We've got the Deer Valley Unified School District is actually now in District 8 in this map that we have. To just go through District 6 and 7, that's the area I would like to discuss if possible. We got an email last night or this morning. I looked at it this morning from Mayor Romero, which expressed a concern about map 9.2 and the fact that that boundary goes beyond what she had recommended. She said that Alvernon is too far, and so she is requesting again that that map go back as she had originally requested, and I'm just quoting her, Campbell Avenue between Broadway and Grant. So that's pulling the boundary back to the west from as far east as it had gone in map 9.2. So that would be my recommendation.
I just want to be clear when we bring up feedback that we're providing the full context. The full letter from the mayor identified Campbell as the minimum point and made the argument for the population shifting east. And that I think her initial intention was that if you were just focusing on communities of interest, it was probably east of Campbell, but that's what she wanted at minimum. She did, subsequently submit additional points of view, but I just out of fairness want to emphasize the evolution of the priorities.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm basing this recommendation based on her letter that we just received, which is saying she would want this pulled back. So, I would add, that would be a recommendation, would be to follow the mayor's recommendation to pull that boundary back to, just pulling this up, where basically she is saying a Campbell Avenue boundary between Broadway and Grant, which she feels would be the area that she would like to look at. She doesn't want it to go as far as Alvernon. So that would be the recommendation that I would make in that area. The other thing is that there was a big population shift in 6 and 7, and that probably is a lot of result of that movement to Alvernon. And so I think if that adjustment is made, which is actually also in the recommendations from the mapping consultants to actually modify, that would do a good deal to balance those two populations, District 6 and District 7, from the information that we just received from our mappers that basically said, here's a recommendation that they would have. So shifting that, if we modify it back to Campbell, that should provide that balance as part of that. So that's one area. I guess that was the main area for me between District 6 and District 7 to work on population balancing and also communities of interest that are in that area that had been pulled out. This is an area that we've also been receiving a lot of emails of concern of people with what was happening to District 7, saying that they didn't want to be. They felt that they were being pulled into District 7 and wanted to be back into District 6, which they had been in up until that time. So that would be my recommendation for District 6 as part of that. The other thing is just going off of the recommendations from our mapping consultants, which I know I had requested that they provide us with information about that, about what they would do to balance this population. They recommended pulling 2,000 people from District 6 into District 2. That would also potentially balance the population. Now, that would include San Manuel, Oracle, or Red Rock. That's in their recommendation. Now, with the boundary of Campbell, I would leave it again to the consultants at that point, whether we need to also still do that, that piece for District 6. But if we do, then I'd be fine with that as a recommendation. So that's my my recommendations down in the south between District 6 and District 7, and then parts of District, that piece of, potentially piece of District 2. For District 3, we received a lot of changes that came as a result of Councilwoman Pastor's recommendations. And that needs, we went to being way overpopulated in that area in in one district, and then we went underpopulated in some other districts. So we need to actually have District 3 lose some population, and my recommendation there is there's a couple of things that the consultants recommended that basically I think could work to some extent. So one thing would be to do a mild adjustment of Councilwoman Pastor's recommendation to actually come down northern at 19th Avenue to Indian School. So move that northernmost boundary over at just on an edge here, sort of move down and use Indian School as a boundary. Take 51 over to Oak, and then Oak over to 40th Street, down to McDowell. We're really talking about a corner here of the district, a piece of the district there. Basically the intent here is simply to for adjusting population and not affecting communities of interest. So District 1 needs more people. And so one of the ways to do this would be to move some of that population into District 1. So basically we're looking at the north, what's up? Kind of taking the northeastern portion of District 3 and adjusting some of that into District 1. This does not affect the concerns that were expressed or the interests that were expressed by Councilwoman Pastor. So we would be shifting boundaries further into Phoenix to pick up, to modify some population in that area, and to have District 3 give up some population in that area. So the revision there would be, again, you would come down on the northwest corner, and what you're going to do is adjust the population. It's going to help the CVAP in that area as well. But it's basically going to take Oak over to 40th Street. So it's that corner, and I can give more detail on that as we go. I'll just give you all of the different changes I'm recommending first, and then we can go on with there. So the recommendation again by the mappers was for the shifting the boundaries of District 1 to pick up population. Because it needed, with this adjustment in District 3, it caused District 1 to lose 12,000 people. So the recommendation that they made, and we can look and see how it aligns with the recommendation I just made, is to move the District 1 boundary. You could push Highway 17, is what they're suggesting, pushing Highway 17 north of Bethany Home and west to 143, east of the airport. So we could take a look at that and see how it aligns with these suggestions that I was making in District 3. The other place that needed population as a result of the District 3 changes too was District 8. And so these changes that are recommended by our mapping consultants also could work as long as we are pushing District 1 from the south to the north. From the north to the south is what I meant. So as long as District 1 goes a little bit further south, which is my recommendation for District 3, it just pulls a little bit of that northern piece. And again, I looked really closely at what Councilwoman Pastor was recommending, and what I'm suggesting will not impact her suggestions. So there's that moving around that we can get into more detail as we go through, and I can provide those to the mappers. And then the last major population balancing that I was looking at District 9 and how that impacts the West Valley, and District 8 and that's impact. One of the things we want to do, as we have noticed, is we want to make sure that we're connecting our retirement communities. So the mappers also recommended in here, they basically also talked about balancing population. In an area where they basically said you could balance it by placing Sun City West and a bit of the surrounding unincorporated population back into District 9. And so the other thing that could happen in that area, we want to combine District 9. We want to make sure the Sun Cities are all together as part of it. The things that could happen in District 9 and District 8 would be to take the northern Peoria population out of District 8 and put it into District 9. But I know that that then splits Peoria from the Sun Cities. So this area between District 8 and District 9 needs some work in that corner to make sure the Sun Cities, the retirement communities are together. And that's what I kind of wanted to mention in terms of sort of a way that needs to balance the population. Overall, I will tell you that I was pretty impressed with how our mappers took a look at the population imbalances and sort of tried to think through things they could do, because a lot of it fit with what I was thinking we could be doing as well. So those are sort of the general statements I could make. If we want to have our colleagues speak, I can give more specifics when we're ready to actually say to our mappers, here's the lines, but I thought, man, we wanted to just have that
I
discussion.
would encourage you to say whatever you'd like to say to help guide them on that map. And then we'll do likewise on the 9.2 map.
Okay, so now to just go through, kind of did that. I'm not sure if the mappers have questions on what I did say.
Sure. Commissioner Lerner, if I might. It's Doug Johnson. Just a question down on D6 and D7, where, as you noted, the 9.1 map doesn't, D6 is short on population, needs to go a little farther west. I'm sorry, a little farther east. 9.2 is too far, and that overpopulates D7 unless you do changes elsewhere in the map. I don't know if you had specifics along that 9.1 border of D6 and D7 where you wanted us to take that extra population.
Yeah, that's where I was recommending Campbell. We're basically removing population out of out of 7. So by moving to Campbell away from Alvernon, that piece there that actually should balance that, because it should hopefully be about the same amount of population. So that was the idea that the comment that I read from Mayor Romero on her email that she sent to us yesterday or today. Broadway and Grant to Campbell Avenue between Broadway and Grant, which is pretty much back where it was. It's pretty much putting it back the way it was in 7.1.
Okay. Alvernon, I see Alvernon. So we're looking at 9.1 here. Brian, can you move the map a little farther north so we can see? So I believe, is that Campbell that it's on now? I'm not seeing Campbell on this map, sorry.
Yeah, that's Campbell right here.
Yeah.
The mouse
Yeah.
is.
If you look at 9.1, that would be the map that has Campbell as the boundary. And basically,
Right.
if we
And
use
it's
the,
short.
I mean, go ahead, I'm sorry, with your question.
Oh, I was just saying that it's short on population there. So as you noted, Alvernon would make it overpopulated, but stopping at Campbell is short. So we can see at the bottom there, 7 needs 10,500 people. So is there an area in here where you want,
I think we could go a little bit further. So that means 7 would be short, is what you're saying?
7 is currently short, yes. By
10,000,
10,000.
okay.
Yeah.
So I think if you went to, and I think that was also mentioned that it could go a little bit further east,
Mhm.
but not as far as Alvernon. And that was as
Yeah.
part of just,
When we were just looking at just random places where we could do this, we could do it anywhere along that border, of course, but if we took it over to Country Club, south of Grant, so kind of that, you can see Grant and Country Club here. Took that little rectangle, that would just about perfectly balance it.
yeah, I think that would work.
Okay,
I'd been thinking it was kind of a in between that and Alvernon.
exactly.
So south of Grant and over a little bit to Country Club.
Yep.
That'd be fine.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that was the 6-7. Were there any other questions on that one?
I don't have other questions. Mark or Brian, do you have any questions? I think all the rest was fairly clear.
Okay. What about anything on for District 3 and that discussion? Any questions on what I had mentioned on that? Basically, we're looking at that corner of District 3.
Yes, I think that
So
was.
where the mouse is right now, this is the East Indian School Road, and you're talking about this corner right here earlier.
Right, in that general area. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that works with, and we'll see how the numbers work out, but your other guidance was if that doesn't perfectly balance it, we can also look at the other two suggestions. So the one in this area, you can see the 140 a little bit farther over to the east. All that was suggested is following 140 rather than the line. So if needed, we can do that and move over to 17 after we incorporate your suggestion.
Right, over 40. Yeah, so that should be a positive impact on that population. You can let us know if that works as part of it. So, and now, I mean, those are the major changes. And then D9 and D8, right? Those other shifts that we had. Those are the major changes I had for 9.1, for map 9.1. The other, if that doesn't work at Country Club, another thing you could look at just as a last point, as I pull this through, if that suggestion doesn't work in the way that we might want it, you could also look at that going up at Broadway instead of,
Oh, rather than a vertical piece, taking a horizontal piece.
right,
along-
right, to taking, so you could do Broadway instead, taking the Broadway line a little bit further east. But, if this other one works, then we're fine. But that's just another alternative. If you could always go a little bit east on, like you said, on Broadway there.
Okay, just to be sure, Brian, can you show the Tucson again? So we've got currently, as you know, the Broadway is the long horizontal border between 6 and 7. So instead of taking kind of a vertical piece, vertical 1 mile up to Grant, this would be more like, oh, I see. It's not Broad. Is it Broadway? Oh, we'd go either a horizontal piece up to 5th or to Speedway. Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about extending that arm farther east, south of Broadway?
Oh, extending that, taking the Broadway arm a little bit further east on
Okay.
Broadway, between Broadway and, I always forget what that, Golf Links is what it is over once it gets to that point. So that's another alternative. You could kind of look at both and see which might work better. Or we could always, actually, it would be interesting to take a look at both, and maybe if it, at the end of the day, we could always kind of see how that works. But those are, otherwise I didn't have a lot of other major changes. So that's just as another thought, that's another one to go east and see where you could pick up that population from D6 to do the balancing. Those were basically my major changes between 6 and 7, and then the issue of 3 and 8, and 9 and 8. So shifting those boundaries in District 3 should help. And District 9 and 8. So we're
Sounds
taking some people from District 3 and moving it to District 8 through District 1, right? So we're taking, just to reiterate this piece, because to me, the central part of Phoenix is potentially, can be very confusing, because we're moving people around from one district to another. But we're going to follow your recommendation where District 1 moves to the eastern Glendale border down to Missouri. And we're pushing District 1 south as part of that. And then we're also making those adjustments in District 3. So does that all make sense now?
Yes, I believe so. Mark or Brian, you guys have any questions?
No.
Good.
So those are the major changes for right now. There are other things that I think we'll need to be doing at some point. District 5 in this 9.1 doesn't do justice to some of these areas, but it pulls out Coolidge, Florence, away from Casa Grande. I would love to find a way to not have that piece that's hanging down on District 5 there. If there's a way for us to modify that. But honestly, I don't have a great recommendation. And it wasn't a population imbalance as much as I don't think it's a community of interest issue. I mean, I think it is a community of interest issue. I think that Casa Grande, Florence, Coolidge, those groups, those cities in that area in Pinal County, Sackatone, all should be together. But I don't know where the population shift is. So I guess that's a question more than anything else, but in 9.1, I guess that would be something I would ask maybe your ideas on how we do that by balance and still balancing the population. But I think those are communities of interest that should be somehow together in that area. And I know you didn't mention it in your notes for the population recommendations, because
Yeah, we're definitely just thinking of population balancing, not getting into communities of interest in our suggestions.
Right. And I guess I'm mentioning that because I recognize that that might not be the most ideal. I want to make sure Casa Grande is also not split, that none of those communities are split in half.
Yeah, Brian, can you zoom out so we can see all of District 2? Yeah. I mean, this goes to the challenge of what does District 2 give up in order to pick those areas up, and debate you've had extensively.
Yeah, I don't have any recommendations at this point. I'm sort of just mentioning that as something that we probably will need to be thinking about for District 2 and District 5. That's all. So I'm not even suggesting that you go ahead and do anything as much as sort of saying this is something that I'm looking at as a community of interest issue. And that's it. So I will hand this over to my colleagues.
Thank you, Commissioner Lerner. As some opening remarks, I agree with the chairwoman that there was a lot of good that was in the draft maps. But obviously, we also saw things that we thought should be adjusted. And the adjustments that we made from the draft map to create our 9.2 map really are based on several key drivers. The biggest driver was incorporating much closer to the Latino Coalition's desires for District 7 and District 3. So the biggest change in our maps really included District 7 coming up into the Maricopa County area as the Latino Coalition requested. And we did not adopt in whole cloth District 7 or 3 from the Latino maps, but our District 7 and 3 and the 9-2 maps are extremely influenced by the Latina Coalition's requests. We also think that our map stayed closer to the draft maps in District 1 and 8, and as you look around the remaining districts. So those would be my opening general comments, and I'll turn it over to my colleague and go from there.
Well, and what I guess I'd like to add is that I think one of the things that if you look at our draft map, we have 6 congressional districts around the border of the state at each corner that have sort of taken into account the communities of interest from each separate area of our state. I think the most, it covers the most geography is District 7. And the fact that it flows up into Maricopa County. This is also a request from the Latino Coalition, as Commissioner Meal mentioned. But the other thing that we've been able to do is combine along the border like communities from Yuma all the way over to Nogales up to Tucson and now Avondale and City of Tucson. And so we feel really good about that. The other thing that I think we do in our map, which falls more along lines of the draft map, is the fact that we're able to give Maricopa County 5 voices that represent each demographic. The West Valley is represented, the downtown community with CD3, CD4 represents Tempe, and West Mesa. CD1 represents the communities of Paradise Valley and North Scottsdale and Scottsdale. And so our population balance is off. And so we'd like to make an effort to improve upon that and hopefully follow along the thoughts from our public meetings and outreach that we've had out there. So I'd like to turn back to Commissioner Meal to focus on Southern Arizona.
So let's look at the boundary between CD6 and CD7. And the first thing I'd like to suggest is south of Tucson, moving Sahuarita from CD6 into CD7. And that will mirror our legislative map. Sahuarita has to be in that position on the legislative map. And so if we mirror that here, then, and Sahuarita has a fairly significant Latino population. So I think it actually is a good fit for them to be moved that direction. Coming into Tucson, CD6 needs to give up some population and CD7 needs to gain some population. And the obvious place to do it is in that corner where Alvernon comes down to Broadway, and as is suggested actually in your comments. So that could be the balancing point there, just as you've outlined on the boundary, on that piece of the boundary between 6 and 7, where the area north of Broadway, west of Swan, south of Grant, and east of Alvernon configure whatever you need to do there in order to balance population. And I will say again that our boundary certainly incorporates fully Mayor Romero's recommendation that the core part of Tucson, the university area, goes in with the downtown Tucson and stays whole. And I've lived in Tucson over 50 years, and I lived down in the university area for a number of years. And that area that's east of Campbell is a totally university area. So I think the maps we're proposing are a better community of interest fit, and actually are a terrific community of interest fit with how these districts should be divided. And there's no magic line. That line can shift one way or another around Alvernon, but that's the right general place for these boundaries to be divided.
Could you repeat those 4 streets again?
I was actually repeating what you said in your recommendation.
Okay.
North of Broadway, west of Swan, south of Grant, east of Alvernon, and whatever you need to do there to make that the exact balance that you're going to end up seeking.
Gotcha. Thanks.
And I think with the addition of Suarita, I'm not sure that D7 will need to take anything south of I-8. But if they do, I'm okay with that. But I really don't want D7 to go up into Casa Grande. I don't want Casa Grande split. But if there is additional balancing that D7 needs, the south of I-8 part of Pinal, although there's not much population there.
Okay.
And I think that really takes care of Southern Arizona, unless you see anything else I've missed there.
I think we can make that work.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioner York. So on, if you look at Maricopa County, our current map, D1 is underpopulated significantly. CD3 is overpopulated and CD4 is overpopulated. So I'd like to kind of start, I've been making the argument all along that South Scottsdale and Tempe and ASU kind of belong together in a district. And so if we're going to balance the map, I guess I'd like to see that ASU campus in South Scottsdale as part of D1. So maybe just down to Mill. Yeah, it goes down to,
South.
correct. So down to, I think it's Apache.
Brian, move the map south.
Well, no, you need to zoom out or zoom in a little bit. So you'd follow the river over to the 143 and you jog down down to Apache, over to ASU, and then north up into South Scottsdale along Hayden. It wouldn't be Hayden, it would be McKellips. What was it, McClintock? McClintock, I think.
So District 1 would pick up everything, if I'm understanding, essentially west of 101 down to Apache?
Not everything west of 101. You can leave some of that in District 4. Just up over to McClintock. Basically the university area.
Okay, so leave the freeway corridor in D4 and everything west of McClintock down to Apache and University. Okay.
Right. And then we need to shave a little bit off of District 3 as we see it. And so in an effort to maintain as much as Commissioner Newberg's request to hold the historic townships together, villages. So I would keep right now the eastern boundary I'm going to kind of stair step up, kind of like you've got it drawn, but a little bit less. So I would go up to McDowell. Then on the very eastern side of District 3. So current east boundary up north to McDowell. Over to 32nd Street.
Sorry, was that 36th or 32nd? I couldn't hear.
36th.
36th. Okay.
Then on 36 north to Osborne. It's too far. And then straight over to the 51, like you have it drawn.
Okay.
And then 51 north to Missouri. And then Missouri north north to 19th Avenue to Northern.
Well, okay.
So we still need to add some population to D1, and I still think we need to consolidate the Sunny Slope area with a portion of North Phoenix, the Northern Corridor, Brophy, Xavier, Camelback High School. So I would incorporate the Sunny Slope region in that District 1. That's all the way up to Greenway. That makes sense?
Sorry, what was up to Greenway?
The Sunny Slope consolidation into D1.
Okay.
Would the eastern border then be I-17? Or sorry, the western border be
Western
I-17?
border, 19th Avenue.
Okay.
That also puts Moon Valley in D1 with Sunny Slope around the mountains there. That puts some school districts together. That puts some communities of interest that I believe have common use of the mountain preserve and a better demographic congressional district than I believe that was recommended by Mayor Gallego. One of the things she mentioned in her letter is that Paradise Valley shares water with the city of Phoenix. But my argument for that is that city of Phoenix has very much a different population downtown than Paradise Valley has in the core, sort of at the central intersection of Tatum and Lincoln. Two totally different types of interests for those two communities. So we like this D1 a lot better. And so for that, that's kind of one of our recommendations. Then we have some changes we'd like to make in the West Valley. Eight's overpopulated and 9 is a little underpopulated. Now there's a little section, the trade-off's 30,000 people roughly. So if you go just, I don't know how many people I took out of CD3, but there's a little block there in the north boundary of CD7. And so I would pull 8 down to Camelback Road. Believe that's the northern boundary of that.
You're talking about the area between D8 and D7?
Yes,
The north border of that is northern.
northern. Well, what's the southern border?
Sort of Bethany Home.
Bethany home.
Obviously, it moves around, but Bethany Home's the main border.
Right. How many, if you go down to Camelback, what's that block of folks there in CD7?
Can you check the city borders there? I think right now that the southern edge is the Glendale city line. I'm not sure if we get into another.
Okay. No, I was just trying to get all of Glendale.
Yeah. Yeah, the current border has all of Glendale in that D9 strip. And then going into D3.
What's the western border of Glendale? Luke?
It's actually, it goes past Luke out to about the loop there. There's almost no one west of Luke, but Sioux territory out there. They're building.
You still want the population count of essentially this section right here.
Right.
About 7,000.
That splits Glendale into 3 districts, right? Or 2 congressional seats.
8, 3, and 9.
Yeah, but 9's short.
It's mostly in 3 and 8 if you bring 8 down. Take that piece in between 7 and
3 was overpopulated. Brian, have I taken enough population out of that?
3's over by 100,000.
Yeah, I know, but I've taken some off on the eastern boundary and trying to accommodate Chairperson Newberg's request.
As it's drawn, it's 100,000 over.
Right, I understand.
But I don't think the instructions today, I don't think have taken anything out of it yet. So it would still be 100,000 over.
The the boundary is northern on the north boundary.
Mm-hmm.
If we took that down to Glendale.
Oh, you want that down to Glendale? Okay, I missed that. Sorry.
Where's the boundary of the city of Glendale? Is that 71st Avenue on the eastern side?
Can you highlight?
43rd.
We take the northern boundary of District 3, move it across to 71st Avenue, and then we go south to Camelback. That basically puts that corner of Glendale in the Hispanic Coalition District, like they originally suggested, and then this will take most of Glendale into CD8 along the top there of, on the northeastern corner of a CD7. Follow me?
I'm sorry, I don't follow that. Where are you starting the changes?
Northern boundary, if we move it to Glendale, to CD3,
Wait, the northern boundary CD3. Okay, so that drops down to Glendale. Got that.
Glendale. Then we go west to 71st Avenue. And that corner of Glendale now is in the Hispanic Coalition District, CD3, but the rest of the Glendale, which would be the western portion of that city, will be in CD8.
So everything west of 71st that's in
Correct.
Glendale would go to CD8.
Correct.
Okay.
Which I believe was the original request from the Latino Coalition when they submitted their first draft.
So it looks like that's about 20,000.
Right.
So, oh, 20,000 that square, but you're saying everything south of that in Glendale would also move to CD8, correct? So moving down to
So 19th Avenue down to Glendale.
all the way down to Camelback.
Yes. Off 71st Avenue. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so the 20,000 there, and then essentially all of Glendale west of that. It's going to give you another 55,000 or so. So you end up with about 78,000 or so total, I think.
Yeah, but the northern boundary moved down, so we're giving up people there.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be everybody north of Glendale. Everybody north of Glendale Avenue. Coming out of CD3.
Right.
And then below Glendale, everyone west of 71st Avenue and north of Camelback, which is the Glendale, city of Glendale.
Border.
Yeah, section there.
So that puts Glendale in 2 districts now, right?
It would still be in 3.
Oh, 3, that Hispanic corner, yeah.
Yeah, 3 would keep kind of that southeastern corner of the city.
Sorry.
Yeah, but it would put much more of Glendale population into District 8.
Right.
It would still leave District 3 over by about 25,000. And obviously District 8 would then be way over.
Yes, so you have to make your population balance north of the 303 in District 9.
There's not going to be enough people. We can certainly start there, but District 8 has to lose.
To lose 60,000, I think.
Well, after all these moves, it has to lose 100 and Oh no, what is it? I would have to lose 80,000, I think.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that all my colleagues are in receipt of a recent letter submitted on behalf of Glendale from an intergovernmental programs manager, just with some feedback about very specific lines. So as you're navigating your maps, you may want to take into consideration, if you choose to, some of their insights.
What is CD1 now?
I mean, we haven't been making, unless Brian's faster than I thought, we haven't been making these changes as we go along. So,
No, I've just been doing a two-stage selection just to get the quick counts and not actually applying any of those changes.
Yes.
Sorry. You were saying, if I was following along, okay, to take the top swath of District 3 and move it into D8?
Correct.
So what if you didn't do that? Because that's actually a pretty good number of Latino population anyway, and the original boundaries, that northern is the original boundary for CD3, so if you remove that again, that might help D8.
I think
And
we're comfortable,
population-wise.
we're comfortable keeping that out of D3 because D3 has still got a little, we still have to carve a little more population out of D3 yet. So I think the key thing is to change D8 with D9 because that's where the population needs to go.
It was just a suggestion, since that northern boundary, Avenue boundary was the original for CD3 from the Latino Coalition. So, and since you had added that in and it's a Latino population in that area, I just wanted to mention it. That's all.
The other area to balance D8, you could move D1 west, but I don't know where that boundary is. Right now it follows the 51, which you're happy with. But you took a big chunk of population from D8 in the Sunny Slope, Greenway, Moon Valley adjustment for balance and keep communities together. So go look at that. I guess what we were trying to do is keep the retirement communities together in D8 and D5. We were trying to keep the entertainment district and like-mindedness with the District 1 in Scottsdale. We kept downtown Phoenix consolidated as requested. We included D7 as requested. We made some population changes in 7 to accommodate the shortness and out of D6. The Northern Territory of D2 is still consistent. So we're pretty happy with where this ended up. I'm not sure how that population balance works, but hopefully, Brian, you can figure that out.
I think we also want to take out of D8 and into D9 that portion of Peoria west of the 101, and that will help.
that makes sense. If D9 is still short at that point, we kind of get 3 options. We can come in, then we can cross the 101 and pick up a little bit of North Peoria. We could take Sun City West. I guess we have, or we could bring D9 farther east into Glendale. Do you have a preference if we need to balance where to balance D9 if it's still short? Or I guess we can come farther east into District 1. And now District 1.
Preference would be to stay on the north and balance it outside of the loop 303 coming around towards D1 if you need to.
Okay. Okay.
Did we end up with Luke Air Force Base in D9?
Yes, yes, it's still there.
That keeps it with the air base in Yuma, correct?
Yes.
Hopefully we're close to population balancing with all that. We'll see where it finishes out. I think we'll move over to CD 4 and 5.
Okay.
In CD5, I can't remember, do we have the, I'm sorry, in CD4, are we including the Heritage District for, we got downtown Mesa, Chandler, and Tempe in that district?
And
That's Mesa.
Zoom in, Brian.
That's it right there. Commissioner, Newber, that's downtown, that's that old Heritage District in downtown Chandler, correct? In the southwest corner, southeast corner of CD4.
Yeah, I think the Heritage District of Gilbert is Gilbert Road north of Elliott.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure those were all together.
Brian, zoom in on Gilbert Road between Elliott and Guadalupe.
Well, and the downtown Chandler's to the west of there, correct?
Yeah, that'd be on Arizona Avenue.
And then downtown Mesa, the old district in Mesa's in that district as well. Started with- I think we're- Okay, I think we're finished.
Does anything jump out at you as areas we haven't balanced?
well, five is over by 25,000.
And have we shifted anything there? We have not.
Don't believe so.
No, no changes to 5. We were just about starting to talk about that.
and related to that, 2 is over by 12,000. So between the two of them, we got 37,000 extra people.
And what's short right now?
District 1 by go, Brian. 222,000.
No, that says it's drawn. We've added Scottsdale and
But you
ASU.
added a lot. Yeah, you have added a lot.
Yeah, but I think it's still going to be 1, just because with the changes discussed, we've got 3, 8, and 9 fairly close, I think. Certainly none of them short, I don't think. So we got D7. Oh, D7 is short as well. We gave D7 Cerritos. That may have been.
What's that?
D7 started short about 14,000, and we moved Cerrito into it, so that may have fixed that.
And we moved it into Tucson more.
Oh, right. Okay. So then, so D6 would be short. So 6 could.
6 can take whatever part of a little bit more Casa Grande in order to balance, if that helps with 2, and then 2 can move into 5 a little.
Yeah, and actually the difference there should balance pretty well, because 2 is about 12,000 and some over, and 6 is now about 13,000 short. So those two should probably balance. So 5's our big problem of 5 needs to get population probably into 1.
Yeah, and you may have to go 5 into 1, and if that means 1 goes into 8 and 8 into 9 a little bit, up on those northern edges, you can spin it that way to try to make it work.
Is it okay if 5 goes into 4 and then 4 into 1? And then we're running in the I guess we could keep the what was the border McClintock, was that it between? We could keep that and just move 4 farther north, staying east of McClintock. If you want to keep, that would keep the ASU change that you talked about.
Or would go north?
Presuming you want to keep the ASU change you talked about, yes.
Yes.
That's fine.
Am I describing that right?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, 4. Oh, I'm backwards. So
Okay.
4 needs to pick up from 5, and then 1 would pick up from 4. So that corridor, yeah. So D1 would have to probably move over to the city line north of 202. Yeah, I had it backwards. So right, 1 would be moving into and taking territory from 4.
And where would you grab that?
We took it all the way down we took it down to South Scottsdale, all the way down to ASU.
Yeah, I think it's going to need more.
One needs more.
We're ballparking at this point, but yes, that's my thought.
Why would it not take it more like Deer Valley Airport area? At 8.
Oh, because five's got the extra people.
5's only.
20.
Does 4 need people? 4 doesn't need.
Yeah, this is where the balancing decisions get so minute and challenging.
So if you took population out of 5 and 4 at McKellips, Falcon Field, Red Mountain Ranch, up along the freeway there, along the 202, plus the Indus.
You're talking about, are these areas of going from 5 to 4 or from 4 to 1?
Correct.
Oh,
5 to 4.
yeah. I'll have to rely on Mark. He knows the East Valley much better than I do. Does what he's saying make sense? Or do you know where the areas are? Or do you need more detail?
Well, around that Falcon Field,
was
there's
looking at
industrial.
I
Along the
was looking
202.
at a map. Say exactly what you're saying again, Falcon Field area?
Correct.
So up there
From
in the top
5,
of the Mesa.
from 5 to 4.
Is it 5 to 4 or 5 to 1 we're trying to do?
So you're thinking like McKellips and Greenfield is what you're looking at? Or are you thinking more of the surrounding communities?
No, I'm thinking McKellips, the power.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't 4 need population? That's what you were saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could take that on McKellips out to power up to the Red Mountain 202 and sort of connect District 4 back with that northern piece.
Right.
Yeah, I understand what he's looking for. Doug Johnson.
Okay. Okay. So we just get somewhere in that area, we'd come up with the 24,000 people that District 5 needs to give up.
Correct.
That would work. Okay.
Yeah, that little corner that we just talked about is roughly 8,800.
You go on the other side of the freeway, up to D1 there.
Let me see.
Go.
Okay.
If you go north of the 202, still staying on McKellips as the southern boundary, and you go up to
Oh, you're going the wrong way. You're following the same thing I did. 4 has to come south. So 5 is losing territory.
Right.
okay. Well, if you come down 202 and take out a little swath, let me see what that turns out to be.
You got to keep Leisure World and the retirement communities in D5 because they go with Sun Lakes.
Well, if you come down to Brown instead of McKellips, using that as a southern border, that's another little over 15,000 people, about 15,000. Plus the other 8, so you're at 23,000.
So we're good with you balancing in there, but keep the retirement communities in 5.
Yeah.
And you're talking about Leisure World for the retirement community, correct?
Yes, and there's a couple other around there.
Okay. I know about Leisure World.
There's
Are-
Sun
are any-
Lakes.
Sun Lakes down South Chandler.
Yeah.
There's
Are any of them north of Maine?
There's Fountain of the Sun, Leisure World.
Yeah. I don't think we'll need to cross Maine for this. So as long as nothing's south north of Maine, should be okay. And of course, if we do find out one later, these are all just population balancing. We can do small adjustments later on as those concerns come up.
Then I think we're good unless you see any other big blowouts we've missed.
So to review, CD5 now has Leisure World, Sun Lakes, Apache Junction, Gold Canyon. So we've tried to keep Santan, Queen Creek, all in that district to kind of keep those communities of interest, high growth areas together in CD5.
Correct.
And Fountain of the Sun is south of Broadway between Sauceman and Hawes, north of Southern. So if we don't take it past Maine, it would still be included in District 5.
Correct.
Good.
And you're just going to follow the loop? The 202?
That would be the goal, is the east boundary, unless that's
Okay.
too many people going out that way. But yes.
Right. Okay.
I think we are good.
Okay.
Doug, how much time do you feel you need to incorporate these ideas?
It's I'll defer to Mark on that. He's probably got a better sense.
That's a good question. I am thinking to finish for both of them, maybe 4 hours. Around in there.
I didn't catch you, Mark. I'm sorry.
Oh, I said maybe around 4 hours, somewhere around in there. It's going to really come down to when we have to start doing the small nuance balancing. Once we've made the major changes as requested.
Okay, so we should not expect any feedback before the close of business day today. So I'm just trying to think through strategically how to take best advantage of the time that we have until 2.
Were you thinking of like a break now and getting the team started? Or were you thinking just keep going?
Well, we also need to give the direction on the legislative district. So it sounds like maybe we'd only have time today to give you the direction on both CDs and LDs. And then we would wait for that feedback and then I guess reconvene on Thursday. It sounds like it would be unrealistic to expect any turnaround time while we're deliberating today.
Yeah, I think if we were going all the way till 4, I think we could have something for you guys to look at the end of the day. But with the 2 o'clock stop, I think that would make it tough.
Okay, that sounds great. So at this point, colleagues, we can dive right into the legislative map. If you want to use this just as a natural break, we could break for 10 plus minutes, come back and give direction on LDs and any preference. Break. Okay. Do you guys want a little more time to prep, you know? Whatever you want, whatever they want. Where are we at? They want more time, that's fine with us. You guys want a little extra time right now?
15 minutes.
Okay, we'll reconvene in 15 minutes. So about 8 after 11. Okay, we are ready to start when we can get our partners back live on screen.
I'm back.
Hello, Mark,
Back as well.
Brian. Do we need to wait for Doug? You there, Doug?
I'm here.
Okay, super. Welcome back, everybody. We will return to where we left off, which is agenda item number 7, draft map decision discussion. We gave guidance to mapping on the congressional maps, and now I would like to give the opportunity to my colleagues to give direction to mapping based on the submissions that they reviewed leading up into today's meeting. Any preference, whether or not my colleagues to my right or left would like to go first?
Looking for a breather. We will jump in. And so we're ready to start talking about the legislative maps. And again, the biggest change from the legislative adopted draft map to where we have gone was our incorporation of some of the requests from the Latino Coalition, particularly on districts 24 and 26, which we took very significantly. The other difference, the other key difference was incorporating the changes in the Yuma area so that the split in Yuma was in accordance with what we really had bipartisan support from down in the Yuma area. And those then drove many of the changes that we made on the map.
Hey, Brian, can you color the unassigned areas differently?
You have a preference?
Just not gray.
Something that stands out, pink or yellow. I guess we already have yellow on 7, but I don't think we'll confuse it.
And Brian, I think you guys are talking about 12.1. Is that the map version you're talking about?
Correct.
Yes, it is.
You want me to leave them side by side, or while we go over 12.1, make 12.1 full screen?
For the moment, leaving them side by side is fine.
Okay.
No, just,
That's the approved draft map and 12.1?
no, it's 12.
Oh, we don't, yeah.
You probably could take.
You can take 12.0 off for the moment.
Okay.
No, go ahead. You go ahead and start.
So we'll start in the south again.
Ready when you are.
District 18 has a little too much population, as does District 19, and districts 20 and 21, or District 21 is a little short, and District 22 up in the Maricopa area is the big area we need to be playing around with. But let's start down south with District 21. Once we make a few other changes, District 21 is going to need a little bit of population. It needs about 6,000 right now. And there's two places that District 21 could go to gain that. It would be either to take the rest of Santa Cruz or to take Bisbee, more similar to which was shown in at least one of the Latino recommended maps. But it would take too much population to take Bisbee and Douglas. So I would tend for the moment to say, let's take the rest of Santa Cruz. But that is something that could be considered in the future as we review the maps. District 18 needs to lose a little population. And so on the very eastern edge of 18, there was some suggestions that you made. Too many pieces of paper. Between 17 and 18, you had two different recommendations where you said D17 picks up Foothills Square, that's not part of Catalina Foothills, from the northeast corner of 18, and D17 picks up whatever is needed, perhaps a half mile or less, whatever it is, from the D18 border by 28th Street on the south, Harrison on the east, Oak Park Drive on the west. We're good with both of those adjustments and using that second adjustment as a balancer to get it reasonably close.
Got it. Writing it down. So take the Foothills Square change first and then go down to the second one for balancing. Is that correct?
Is it that big?
I don't know how to have population. I'm just writing down my notes for what you just said, making
Yeah.
sure I understood
Yeah.
100% correctly.
Yeah. You've drawn way too big of a swath
Right.
there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So just
all
take
it meant was the square that's not in the red. So that little green that's in the northeast corner, not in the red, that would be the piece.
Okay. Gotcha. Yes, that's fine. And again, this District 17 really unites the unincorporated areas and the very eastern edge of Tucson into districts where they have an extreme common interest in legislative issues and are very often at odds with the city of Tucson on legislative issues and on key water and transportation issues. On District 16, they need some population. And they could come down and take in Red Rock, which really is a good fit with either District 17 or 16. But if 16 needs it and 17 can give it up, it'd probably help to have it come down and have District 16 take that in. And I know we put Picture Rocks in with District 17, but I don't know if we put more than what we needed in Picture Rocks. And so if there's a little balancing that 16 still needs something, it could take some of that's very southern portion of what we included in Picture Rocks.
I think we're following the census boundary of Picture Rocks right along the edge. And next to it, Brian, can you highlight Marana? I think next to it is Marana.
Yeah, we don't want to break up Marana.
Marana.
Yeah.
Oh, what is that that's highlighted there? Oh, there was a little bit though that we could take out, that whatever Brian just highlighted there, but south of Marana.
You know, keep the majority of Picture Rocks in with Marana. But if there's a little bit of balancing that needs to be done there, that would be a place to take a look.
Okay.
Commissioner Meal, there's about 8,500 people in Picture Rocks and approximately 4,500 people in your first, just one second.
Red Rocks?
Yes, in Red Rocks.
And what does 16 need? 14,000. And the other place would be to have 16 come down and take, do they already have, is Mammoth and Oracle, where are they? Are they in 7?
They're in D7 with Sam Manuel.
Yeah.
They could try to get a little bit of, between Coolidge and Florence, there's a little bit of an area, and you could look at that as a balancing area. It calls out that Valley Farms area. I don't know what population is in there. I'm not hearing anything. Does that mean nobody's there?
Oh,
I hear you.
we're resting in numbers, yeah.
Brian, you want to zoom in between Coolidge and
Do you want
Florence?
to, is the one question is the thought to keep the D16 piece that wraps down into Tucson? Or is that, I don't know,
Yes.
if the instructions
Yeah,
for
I'd be
16.
careful on expanding that. So I don't want to expand that piece down there, because then you'd get into flowing wells and into D20, which we really don't want to be messing with. Because they want to be in the areas that we've shown them.
Brian, turn on the border of Coolidge again. Yeah. There's definitely a little bit between Florence and Coolidge, right around Valley Farms.
I would go there first.
I don't know if there'd be enough population there. Then there's a little bit under the Florence Highway, the little triangle.
Where are you pointing to there?
On the right side of the map, Highway 77 comes down and makes like a little triangle. Brian's drawn the Valley Farms piece right this second.
Okay.
Yeah, it's only 708 people.
Every 700 helps.
Brian, what does the triangle look like on the other side? Yeah, that little piece there that sticks down State Route 77. Look to the east. You see how there's a spot that comes down State Route 77, then it comes over, then it comes back up. Sort of looks maybe like a bucket, if you don't like the triangle analogy. Yeah, go down that state highway till where it cuts over. Yep, there you go. Down. Yeah, grab that area exactly. Yep.
Starting.
Yeah, just approximate. Yeah, there you go.
Another 500.
About maybe 1,200 people in that area. Okay.
I would take that, and we may not be that far off at that point. I mean, we weren't looking for that many people. But.
Okay.
And the other thing would be at the extreme northern edge of D16. If you really had to grab something real small, as long as you didn't mess up a community of interest by doing it, the northwest edge, or where it hits against D11 or against D15, either one. If there's some scattered population you can grab that doesn't, we don't want to break up Santan. We don't want to break up the Hispanic communities that are in 11, but if there's something that you can add in that doesn't do either of those, then that would be a place to look.
Okay.
And that's it for the Southern Arizona. Although the other change, then I'll jump to Northern Arizona. And we'd like to go back between D6 and D7. And to me, this is a very strong community of interest issue, and one we have talked about at great length. But I think the White Mountains really are a much better fit into D7, and that Flagstaff is a better fit into D6. So I'd like that boundary to go back to where we were on the draft map.
So remove Flagstaff out of D7.
Yes, and put the White Mountains back in, just like it is done in the approved draft map. The Native Americans, they do their shopping in Flagstaff. They attend school in Flagstaff. Flagstaff's a more diverse community with a younger population that is more compatible with the Native Americans. They have shared tourism issues and resources. The rural White Mountains have nothing in common with Flag, and they have water issues and other issues that are actually oppositional to what the Native Americans have. And so I think it's just a much better community of interest fit. And with that, we'll jump into Maricopa.
So I'm showing the approved on the left.
Yes.
You ready, Brian?
Ready.
Okay, so let's talk about Maricopa County. And we've tried hard to listen to communities of interest, and we're very pleased with the East Valley. We had a couple changes that we'd like to consider. So District 9 is a little younger, a little hipper than District 10. And so we'd like to incorporate a suggestion from Commissioner Lerner in the southwest corner. If you drop the boundary down to Guadalupe between District 14 and District 8, that will incorporate Dobson Ranch into District 9. And we had heard testimony to that. And then what we'd also like to do is incorporate the Lehigh district, which is in the northeastern corner of D9 into D10. And so I think the Hermosa is the southern border of that area. Brian, it bleeds over into census block. I don't know what looks like McDowell. Oh, I'm sorry. So the Lehigh area is that little nub, keep going up on the northeast side of District 9 and 10. It needs to continue down along the river to Stapley, I believe, or maybe even farther. No, that's far.
Brian, zoom in for a second. See if you select the block group there. See, there's Lehigh Road right there.
Where do you want me to select?
The block group. Try to click where it says Lehigh Road. What do you get?
Yeah, so
Lehigh, it's farther south.
yeah, there's three. There you go. So the block
It's like-
borders McDowell, or we could go all the way down to Hermosa, which is where he's highlighting now.
Yeah, Hermosa is kind of where I had it. I had it a little bit farther west, more like and then it also goes along, what is that? Wrong, Lehigh Road over into across Gilbert Road. That one right there, yeah.
So that one, click on the bottom, the next one, Brian. That one.
On over?
No, the other way,
Nope, the other way. Go on south. Keep going to the west.
west. Right there.
So about 6,000. Just with those 3 census blocks.
To the west, Brian, the west of Gilbert Road. Yeah, where your cursor, no, one below it. Not all that. Just the one looks like an ice cream cone melted.
Yeah, but just the area north of Lehigh Road over there.
Just the area south of Lehigh Road is the school district. Up along Lehigh Road to the north.
So what would be the southern border of the area we'd be taking into 10? We'd go all the way down to McKillips?
Lockwood or McKellips. Looks like a figure 8 almost. It goes basically that corner, that west side of Gilbert Road up to the intersection of Lehigh and the Indian Reservation, then out to the Indian Reservation, out to the boundary right now in D10.
How far west is it going?
It's that one section, Brian, too far. See where the number is D9, right there, that one.
Oh, so west of the canal?
Yeah, east of the canal.
Yeah, the western border of D10 would become the canal.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And then it would drop south to Hermosa Vista.
Yeah, Hermosa across.
Oh, Hermosa or McKellips?
Hermosa.
Oh, okay. Can you zoom in there, Brian? I'm not sure. Does Hermosa go through there?
It kind of jogs around like that.
Yeah, what we're going to run into, Brian, if you're going to highlight the block on the south side of the canal, I think there's a giant census block. Just right along the canal to the west.
It doesn't appear that there are any residential units in that block, Doug.
I know. Yeah, farther west, right, bordering the canal. Farther west of what you have highlighted. One more block northwest. Oh, there it is. That's our nightmare.
What's your nightmare?
So you see that one census block that's highlighted in yellow. We can't split that. So we can't follow. So
You can't follow the canal?
we could, but it'd have to go all the way down to McKellips.
That's fine.
Okay.
That side of Gilbert's fine. That's Lehigh.
Yeah. Okay. Can do that.
I think that balances with Dobson Ranch, but that's our challenge. 13 keeps Sun Lakes and Chandler and the Asian community together. 14 is using the city of Gilbert. 15 incorporates the airport and Queen Creek and Santan. So we feel really good about the East Valley, those small changes. So now I'd like to move to Central Phoenix.
Just before we move on, so D10 is picking that area up, but what should D10 give up?
Well, D9, it's taking from D9, so we picked up the area of Dobson Ranch in D12.
And D10 was over 5,000. I don't know how much we moved around.
So, but we're putting a few more thousand more into D10.
Correct, but we're also taking some out of D9. Oh, that's what you're saying.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Dobson and that probably balance for D9, but D10 is going to be quite a bit over.
Not quite a bit, but
I don't know how many people are in that Phillips area.
If D7 ended up being a little short, there might be something on the edge of D10. You can move into D7. I think D7 may be short now slightly.
Okay.
But again, I try to make sure you keep the key communities untouched, but use some peripheral areas to balance.
That's true. We may be taking a little bit from D15 too, so that maybe I'll bring 15 up to the freeway or something rather than stopping at the city line.
Yeah, D7 would either have to come into Apache Junction a little bit, or D15 would have to come up over baseline.
Just have,
Frank?
I think 15 over baseline is probably a better solution.
Okay. And just have that one block of Mesa into 15.
Right.
So 15 to the US 60 freeway then.
Right.
Like, I think 14 might be short as well. So Frank, can you scroll down? Yeah, so
5,000.
yeah. So that may be a good way to balance is just to bring 14 north a little bit. That would be bringing 14 into Mesa, but not 14 wouldn't have to give anything up. It would just pick up 5,000 people to balance 10. Would that be okay?
Yes.
Okay. So 12 is giving up Dobson Ranch at this point. Do you have something you want to put into it to offset that?
Wasn't 12 overpopulated?
I know it's short. It's short even before it gives up Dobson Ranch.
It's only short 3,000.
Right.
How much did we take out of 9? Maybe go up to Baseline Road out of 8.
Take it into District 8.
Yeah.
Okay.
It wouldn't have to go very far. Just trying to keep that compact across the top there, along
Yeah.
Baseline or Guadalupe. So if I was to take a portion of 12, I would take the northeast corner of Chandler, try to put that with together. So maybe Baseline to rural. Over to the 60. That keeps Guadalupe and that western boundary of Tempe more compact.
So,
We're not balancing now, are we? Trying not to.
yeah, not trying to be perfect or anything, but we are trying to get pretty close. But yeah, that's pretty dense down there, so that should work out pretty well.
Okay. So we have some assigned areas, unassigned areas on this map that we'd like to assign. So along the I-10 202 corridor in Phoenix, the north boundary of 11, we would move into that entire unassigned area.
Okay.
It's a lot.
Yeah, 11 is currently balanced, I believe.
I know I
That's
got
a lot of people put into it.
a strategy.
Okay.
The other unassigned area in D1, we would move into D1, which basically consolidates that central corridor for Phoenix.
So the most southern one goes into D11, and then the one between D1 and D26 goes into D1. Is that right?
And D22 is short population. Correct?
Oh, yeah.
Yep, 128,000 short.
It's only half a district.
Yes. So to make it a whole district, we think that the city of Levine, following the Salt River boundary to 23rd Avenue, would be a way to balance D11 and D22 by keeping the Latino Coalition suggestions of D26 and D24 whole.
Okay.
Then I would move D22 north along the Agua Fria River up to Camelback, which I believe is the boundary of Glendale. And then can you drop in the city of Phoenix boundary? So basically what I'm doing is taking 22 up to the Phoenix boundary. And then as the Phoenix boundary goes north along D24, I'd pick up the rest of that population. So it goes from Levine along the 101, incorporates Tolleson and in my, the agricultural and Southwest Valley all put together in one district.
You say all the way along the 101. Okay.
Correct. Just
On both
city
sides, over the river.
Right. So
Okay. Okay.
So one of the things we'd like to consider for you to draw is how to make D29 more compact, but more inclusive of the communities in the West Valley, in Glendale, Luke Air Force Base. So we see the northern border of D29 as Grand Avenue, including the communities of Surprise and El Mirage.
Oh.
It's a wholesale change.
So where El Mirage and Surprise cross Grand, we keep the city together or stop them at Grand Avenue?
Keep the city together.
Okay. And what about Sun City?
I would put that into District 28, Sun City West, Sun City, and um, it's
Okay.
I would take 29 down to I-10.
How would you get to I-10?
Run along the boundary of D22. But I was trying to listen to the mayor of Goodyear, try to put them with, I guess, down.
What's the western boundary of 29? Is that the 303?
No. Let's see. So the western boundary at 29 is the 303 loop. You follow me?
Oh,
So, so basically take off the part that's west of the 303 out of 29.
Correct.
Except this piece in here, you don't want to take. To call it.
so am I understanding correct? So D22 will come north, so essentially D27 will pick up any pieces that Glendale doesn't have down to D22 coming up to the Glendale southern border, and they'll meet. And then D29 will pick up everything from D25 that's west of that, Ida?
So the eastern boundary of 29 is the 101 and the western boundary is 303.
You want 303 or the river? I guess.
303.
The river's on the east.
Right.
Okay.
And Brian, we can scroll south a little. So looking at, so D25 is going to lose everything east of the 303 loop, right? Correct. And
Yes.
D22 will pick up a lot of it.
Yeah.
Do you want D22 just to pick up the part that's east of 101 or everything east of the river?
Everything east of the river.
Okay. Okay.
Up to the city of Phoenix boundary, which is, I think it's Camelback.
Yeah. Okay.
D29 keeps a little bit west of the 303 above Bell.
Oh, okay.
So keep the same border we have north of Bell.
Yeah.
Do we bring it in on the US 60 or keep going up with the little bit that's past it?
No, that needs to go into,
Just up to the 60.
needs to go into 28.
Okay.
Okay.
So that should have a similar boundary to CD 8 as far as Grand Avenue and El Mirage. And then we're trying to accommodate Commissioner Lerner's request for CD 20 for District 24, Glendale West.
over D2 and D4.
So can you guys repeat back to me what we're doing with District 29?
Yeah. Mark, do you want to do it or you want me to? Let's hear.
Either or, it doesn't matter.
Go ahead.
I think the goal of District 29 is to be more compact. You want District 29, the northern border, to sort of be Grand Avenue, which would move Surprise and El Mirage down to the south. Sun City West into District 29. District 29 goes down to the I-10.
No, Sun City goes into District 28. Sun City Grand is in District 29.
Gotcha. Okay. District 29 goes down to I-10. Western border is 303, eastern border is 101. District 29 keeps the area that's west of the 303, but only between the area of Bell to the US 60.
That's Sun City Grand.
So, say that again.
That's Sun City Grand.
Gotcha.
So Sun City West, El Mirage, Pebblebrook Village, and Sun City, Westbrook Village, excuse me, are all together in its own district, in District 28.
Oh, did you want it? Oh, I had that the other way. Did you want El Mirage in 28 as well?
No, did I say that? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
El Mirage is in 29.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I had. Okay.
Luke Air Force Base, West Glendale.
Doug Johnson, you got anything else to add there?
Just as this highlight there, so the North Goodyear would go into 29 as well if we can get there with the population counts.
No, we stop at 10. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes.
Yeah.
Highway 10.
Goodyear. Oh, okay. So, yeah, so take in Goodyear north of the 10. That the area that's highlighted in yellow, north.
Correct.
Just to the north of the 10 piece of it. Okay. Okay.
And one of the key elements of this map is that it's District 25 then that goes from Yuma into the West Valley, and it goes in through Buckeye. And we think that is a fit that we've heard both from Buckeye and from Yuma, that they thought that was proper and good to be combining those. And the alternative of going up into Surprise to connect to Yuma or up into New River and Anthem to connect to Yuma are just incredibly negative compared to having Buckeye be the connection down to Yuma.
Definitely understand that, but 25 is drawn. Oh, it's way over. I see. Okay. Gotcha. We're taking a lot out, but it needs to have a lot come out. So see how that works out.
And we also have a couple of minor adjustments to District 5, where we want Sedona in whole in District 5. I'm not positive if it is on this map or not. And Wickenburg in whole should go down to District 30. So Sedona, even the part that's not in Yavapai, should go into 5, and Wickenburg, even a little bit, very little bit that is in Yavapai should go into 30.
Okay.
Yeah, Brian wants to swap that.
So we think we took some population out of 27. So if you look at there's three areas left for us to balance as best we can. And there's an area that's still unassigned. 27 needs to go north and west. Push D2 to the east and push 27 west to the 43rd Avenue. Where's it at currently? At 43rd. I'm sorry. District 27 is at 43rd Avenue.
Believe so.
So that unassigned area on the map next to D4 and D2, I'd like to put into D2.
Okay.
I'd like to take the area of Sunny Slope out of D2 and move it back into the D1 district of the Central Corridor.
And what are you referring to as the north edge of that, all the way up to Greenway Parkway, or for the Sunny Slope definition?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that,
So that means I have to push D2 north up to the Deer Valley Airport, including the Deer Valley Village. North of the 101 loop, there's an area called Union Hills that could be part of D2.
Brian, pull the map north. Trying to figure out where the Union Hills area is. Here.
Oh, that's the street. It's farther north. It's north of the Deer Valley Airport.
Pull it north again. Keep pulling it north. Because there's the airport.
Keep going.
Now you're up in New River. So, Commissioner, is Union Hills right next to that airport, or?
It's just north of it. It's the area north of that, follows the canal and
South of Carefree Highway?
yes. Paved Buttes is the boundary on the east. Union Hills northwest.
Wait, Union Hill, you mean Union Hills Boulevard?
No,
Oh.
Is it Happy Valley Road? Is that where the curve would be?
I think so.
Okay.
It could either be there or Joe Max.
Might be Dove Valley.
Commissioner York, I am seeing quite a bit of area south of the 101 that starts with the names Union Hills Estates, Union
Right.
Hills Village, Union Hills Country Club.
Let's focus on Cave Buttes.
I'm sorry?
So the northern boundary is Dove Valley Road along, along over to Carefree Highway. Or Cave Creek Road, I'm sorry.
All right, northern boundary Dove Mountain to Cave Creek Road.
Dove Valley Road turns into Sonora Desert Drive. You can see the squiggly line there on the
Yeah, it goes right between the two mountains, Brian. Move the arrow north. Yep, that guy. To Cave Creek. So just follow that squiggly line down all the way to Cave Creek, yep, and then just cut in.
go south to
Do you want me to get this population estimate?
just Strahd, right?
Yeah, and Commissioner York, do you have you probably have a next step, just want to be sure, because D3 started well short.
Well, not near as well short as the unassigned.
And just go down.
Yeah.
Do you want me to follow Cave Creek south?
Yes. But the, can you population balance D3 out of 28, Doug?
28.
Because you picked up Sun City West.
Yes.
The D3 could slide over to the freeway.
Hopefully, yeah. Let's see how those numbers work out to pick up New River and Anthem, that area.
Yeah.
Yep.
About 36,000 in the highlighted section.
Right, and that offsets the sunny slope. So those are all of our changes. I'd like to review with the public what we were trying to accomplish. First off, we've heard a lot of testimony from all over the state and obviously different factions. And so we tried to take that into consideration as we thought through this map. We heard that the Umagold suggestion for legislative district 25 was important, but also the mayor of Goodyear asked not to be included all the way to the West Valley. So we've been able to accomplish that. We've been able to accomplish some of the requests from the Southern Arizona area of Tucson. The East Valley, we feel, represents the communities of interest that we heard about from city of Gilbert to Chandler, what we did in Tempe to add Dobson Ranch, Lehigh into District 10. We also tried to consider what we felt was important for the White Mountain community and put them in LD7. We also felt that Flagstaff had more in common with LD6. So I hope you can see where our thoughts were as far as Central Maricopa County. LD22 now comes very competitive, might even comply with the VRA. We push LD11 up into South Phoenix as part of the South Mountain District. D1 goes up to Central Avenue all the way up to Sunny Slope. We still consider the Latino districts of 26 and 24 as they suggested. And lastly, LD4 as Paradise Valley, McCormick Ranch, South Scottsdale, and portions of Desert Ridge, which we think is a very compact community of interest from a demographic standpoint and needs. And so we're happy with this suggestion.
If you are done and mapping has no further questions, maybe we should take a quick break to grab lunch and then give the Democratic commissioners a few minutes to get ready for their requests. Any preference for time to eat privately or during meeting? What would be, 15 minutes? What would work for the group? 30 minutes? We're doing okay with time-wise since we won't be receiving any additional maps to go through. It really depends on how much time you feel you need to not only give direction with mapping, but also at the end to make sure you're all on the same page. There may be one administrative item if there's time when we're discussing our next meeting dates. So when we have a hard stop at, let's say, 1:55. All right, 25-minute lunch break. Recess. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Mapping, we're ready to get going. We are on agenda item number 7. We are discussing the legislative maps, and my Democratic colleagues are going to work with mapping, giving some guidance on adjusting lines.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I'm going to just start by a little overview of
Brady, can you pull them out?
Are we okay?
Yeah. Mark, Brian, Doug, you ready for feedback?
I'm here. Doug, are you here?
All set.
Brian,
Sharing
are
my
you here?
screen and loading up 12.0.
Are we okay? Or not? Okay. All right, great. We're going to be looking at map 12.0. That's going to be the map we're going to be working off of. But I want to make a statement again about the maps and our draft map that we had left 10.0 and where we are with 12.0. I did a comparison over the weekend between these, and I can say that 19 of the districts are the same in our, or very close between 12.0 and 10.0, because I was looking at how many differences do we have. So the changes that I am going to be suggesting from the original map that we drew are pretty minor modifications as part of it. So we're going to try to just take a look at some changes where I think these were, these just tweak some of what was in 12.0 and actually in some cases align a little better with 10.0 as part of when I was doing my evaluation as part of that. A couple of just overview points in District 16. We're basically focusing, and I'm just going to kind of give you a few just random comments, and then I'm going to give you very specific ones. We're basically trying to move most of that district into Pinal County, out of Pima County, which aligns nicely for that county, for the folks in there not to be split, and also to move it as much as out as possible of Pima. District 17, I'm going to be continuing to encourage the modified district, which is compact and also honors the school districts in that area and the adjacent communities of interest in that area. So those in the south, we have 3 VRA districts in there that are slightly different from the original 10.0 map that we have. And these that I'm commenting on now are the differences between 10.0 and 12.0 that I've noted. So 16 and 17, and then there are some slight changes in 23, 24, and 26 that were the Latino Coalition maps. As part of that, in 21, I think one of the major differences between 10 and 12 is what we've done with Santa Cruz County and also the communities of interest that extend into Cochise. So some of those are some of the changes between 10 and 12. If we head up into other parts of the state, if we go north, we are in support of the Navajo Nation proposal for District 6. That's a difference from map 10. We are also in support of the District 7 that we have proposed that puts communities of interest together and makes a very competitive district. Part of why we do not want to put Flagstaff in with the Navajo Nation is actually what we've heard about what might happen with primaries, which is why we think they need to be separate and be placed into District 7. Sedona needs to be whole, which is something we heard plenty. And we would recommend being with District 7 since that was a big request of the mayor and council for Sedona. Other minor changes, the last 2 changes between 10 and 12, the last couple of changes. One is 12 and 13 in the East Valley, trying to align 13 in particular with the shape of Chandler, which is a very linear north-south shaped town and believe that we put more of that. It doesn't have to be this exact shape that we've got, but we feel it aligns very nicely with the shape of Chandler and Gilbert as well, so that both of them are mostly 90% in together as part of that. For both 12 and 13. And of course, in 10, we had the panhandle that we heard more than we ever wanted to about. So we know that we need to make those adjustments, and that's what we've done in 12. So those are some of the changes. And then we also feel that in the difference between 10 and 12 for District 4 actually does better at communities of interest and also competitiveness in those areas. And I do mention competitiveness because it is an interest, but I wanted to mention those as things that when I looked at everything over the weekend, the differences between 10 and 12, it was not insurmountable as part of our recommendations in 12 from what we originally had in 10. So I wanted to mention that as before I give you very specific kind of comments as part of that. Let me see if that's. The other thing is that, well, as we go through these recommendations, we'll kind of make a couple of, I'll make a couple of comments, but I do want to mention the Levine area that my colleagues had been talking about, that we got a letter from, where is it? Reverend Stewart about the African American community. And he cited the idea that the fact that these areas of Levine and South Phoenix need to be kept together as they are all part of a community of interest. I can't find the letter right now, but I just mentioned that letter that just came in. And I wanted to just comment on that because it's really important that that part of Phoenix be kept together all the way to the west through with Levine. So those are my overview comments about the connections that I found between 10 and 12. And again, I'll just say I feel that a lot of it is, there's not a lot of, there's changes, but they are not overwhelming between those two, which was kind of what I took a look at. Okay. So I can give you some specific, oh, that's it. Yes, thank you. It's this part. Yeah, I was just, in this case, I was just referring to 11, thank you, 11 and 22 that they were talking about. They were just concerned, and I think they were going off an old map about that break, and they basically said splitting the African-American community in the district would weaken their voice. So I just wanted to address that because that's something I think is real important, that we can't split some of that West Valley into, out of that with respect to them. Okay, so now what I'd like.
And by the way, I want to thank the pastor for getting the feedback to us in record time.
So another just quick comment on why I also like 12.0, why I think it's a good map. There's a number of different things. First of all, most of the districts, they can be balanced pretty easily, which is what I'll recommend today. It's also an incredibly competitive, balanced map right now. I know there will be changes, but 12.0 right now is almost as balanced as you can get in terms of what would be expected by the parties. With the way I calculate it, based on our numbers, 12 Democrat, 12 Republican, and 6 competitive in this particular iteration of 12.0. And what happens to those 6 is anybody's guess on whether they go Republican or Democrat. The other thing about this is there's not going to be a lot that we need to do. There are a few areas that we need to do balancing, but we'll be able to, I think, accommodate that. Another reason I like the 12.0 map is that it respects the wishes in large part with the Latino Coalition, the Navajo Nation, the Intertribal Council, communities of interest, the LGBTQ community, the Asian community. We've heard from lots of city council and mayors. So It addresses that and really is very strong on community of interest. It also does the constitutional requirements really effectively. It focuses on compactness and recognizing and respecting geographic boundaries, respecting communities of interest. It addresses all of the constitutional criteria, and our changes were designed to place communities together. And there were times in our changes that we actually, maybe strengthened our colleagues' districts a little more, strengthened others, because our focus was more on the communities of interest than the actual layout of party registration. So what I'd like to do is go through a few changes that are needed to, that would basically address some of the population imbalances that we had. So if we can we'll start in Tucson, we'll go south and then go north from there. If we go to the south, I think I mentioned in the south that we want to try to move LD 16 as much out of Pima County as possible. To do that, in your, I'm looking to see where you put it. What we're going to do is suggest Red Rock, for example, town of Red Rock should be added to District 16. I think it goes better with that than an alternative with that. I'm going to head all the way south to District 19, where you were talking about population balance and would say that District 19 could lose Apache County Corner to District 6. That's about 1,300 people. I think that's a good idea. That's one of your recommendations for the mappers. Also, you recommended that District 19 picks up Saharita, up to Saharita Road and Rita Ranch. I think that works as well. There's a significant Latino population in some of those areas as well. But I think that the break in Saharita would work effectively. So what you were talking about in your recommendation for District 19 would work. So you could do that. You also recommended District 18 pick up East Tucson, north of Davis-Monthan, and east of Wilmot. And I think that that's also a good suggestion, since the District 17 iteration that we have in this map, which includes Marana, Casas Adobes, Catalina Foothills, and Oro Valley, and respects the Marana and Amphitheater school districts as was requested by them. That works with that change in District 18. So that puts those three districts, that works pretty effectively for that. For District 17, I don't have any changes from the version I have, though I would be open to other changes if it was taking a piece of. Right now, we have it going into Pinal County. I know we have Saddlebrook in that area. That district right now is incredibly competitive, slight lean to Republicans, but within a percentage point. And it is compact, and it respects school districts, and it respects communities of interest that do a lot together, and town boundaries. So I think that District 17, the way it currently is shaped, accomplishes all of the things in our criteria that we have for the Constitution. If possible, I think there's a piece of the Catalina Foothills or at the intersection of Kolb and River that is not included in District 17. So if that could be brought in on the very southeast corner. And if Red Rock is moved out of District 17, I think that's a great exchange. We could take Red Rock out, put it into District 16, and make sure that Catalina Foothills is in its entirety in District 17, or at least to the intersection of Kolb and River, as I said, so that way it wouldn't split the city. So that'd be the only change I'd make to District 17.
Brian, can you zoom in on the map for that so we can see where Kolb and River is?
It's basically, or really, you could just use the boundaries of the town as well.
Okay.
That would be
I
fine
see where
too.
both are.
It was just a matter of population. If the population that I'm suggesting is slightly off, but I'm pretty sure that population would work.
Gotcha. I see it. Thanks.
Okay. Then on your, and I'm basically going through your population recommendations. You recommended that District 23 picks up Gila Bend from District 28 and Southern Maricopa County portion of District 16. And I think that's fine to do. So you also made a recommendation for District 7, and let me know if you need me to not go so fast, but I'm going off of your recommendations mostly, so. So for District 7, you mentioned potentially picking up Gold Canyon from District 10, but I'm going to suggest something different. For District 7, what I'd like to suggest instead is move the Pinal County border east and remove the unincorporated areas around Gold Canyon, Apache Junction, Santan, and Florence. Remove Florence, and this is trying to keep these communities of interest together. Remove Florence and Queen Valley. And south of Florence, move the border west to the Canal Pioneer Parkway. So that would be the changes for District 7, which I think has them align really nicely with the communities that they have a lot in common with. Do you have any questions about that?
So you want us to move District 7's border west to, what was the road you said?
We're going to move the Pinal County boundary for District 7 a little east, we're going to move them east. It's because we're going to remove the unincorporated areas around Gold Canyon, Apache Junction, Santan, and Florence. And remove Florence and Queen Valley. And we're going to move some of those into District 16. But I just want to finish up what we'll take out of District 17. And then south of Florence. So what's going to happen is it's basically an exchange between those two districts, trying to connect those communities of interest better. So in District 16, you're going to pick up Florence. You're going to pick up the unincorporated areas. All of those areas that I'm saying remove from 7, we're going to put into 16. And the
Gotcha.
border,
I see where you're going now.
south of Florence, the west border will be Pinal Pioneer Parkway.
No.
So basically, it's an exchange between those two districts, which helps with moving
Wait,
District 16 out of Pima.
Wait, so what's 7 picking up in this trade?
7 is picking up, it's moving, wait a minute, let me see. Let me pull up this. Sorry. Just lost my map. So what we're doing is moving the boundaries of 7.
Well, Doug, 7's also got 37,984 population over.
Yeah, no, it may,
Right, that's why we're moving population out of 7 instead of, so we're moving the Pinal County border east. We're moving unincorporated areas around Gold Canyon, Apache Junction, Santan, and Florence. We're removing Florence and Queen Valley. Those are all going to go into 16, and that should get that population balance, plus those are aligned communities. So we're keeping those communities together. And those will go into 16. And remember, we're moving 16 out of Pima as much as possible, so that will help with population balance.
right. Yeah, no, I got the 16 picks up. You made a comment about a trade, so I wasn't sure if 7 was picking something up in exchange or if that was going to be taken care of elsewhere or from the extra population. So,
But it doesn't actually need to then with the population.
Okay, gotcha.
Because it was overpopulated.
Yep.
Okay, so that's kind of the area, that's that area. And we like the way District 21 is looking right now. That's the Latino Coalition recommendation, just as a note for that. Okay. I'm basically just following your population notes, your recommendations. So your next batch of notes are, let me get those, talk about District 23. And I think if it basically, by doing the D7, I'm sorry, we're basically okay with you saying your recommendation for District 23, picking up 10,000 Southern Tucson area residents along with the I-10 corridor south of Valencia Road from D20. That's fine. Also is fine is your other recommendation for District 23, picking up 2,300 unincorporated D20 residents just northwest of the Pascua Yaqui community. And that should pretty much get balanced. So those two recommendations that you had for District 23 are fine. For District 16, just next on your list, I think we've already addressed that because we just did the balancing between 7 and 16. Okay.
Commissioner Learning, if I could, nothing substantive, but just a wording thing. Just, these were our suggestions, not necessarily recommendations. We're totally open to you having a different approach as well.
Absolutely. Thank you. I didn't mean to imply. So the other thing with District 23, just as another change, is that it's going to pick up Gila Bend from District 28. And then just that southern portion of, let's just go into, of District 16 to capture Gila Bend, to make a nice line. So it basically will include all of Gila Bend from District 28, and then just to basically make a clean line, that southern portion, right where 85 crosses into District 16 or crosses along District 16. We just want to include that one piece. I don't even know if there's population in there, but just to clean that line. So we're just going to pick up that one piece for District 23 to include Gila Bend. And again, District 23, based on your suggestions, picks up Pima County portion of District 16, based on the suggestions that you had. Okay. You also had a suggestion that District 16 comes back into Pima just slightly to pick up Picture Rocks and a little bit of the surrounding community. We're trying to keep it as much out of Pima County as possible, but that one piece right there would probably work. So that suggestion would be fine. And then again, the area over by Gila Bend that I just made. So either picking up Picture Rocks or the Gila Bend change. Population-wise, I'm not sure which would work better. So if you could look at that. I don't think we need both. I don't think we need both Picture Rocks and the other one. Okay, then I'm going to go, and again, I'm just following your suggestions, the order of your suggestions. You have Northern Phoenix and Western Maricopa County, completely fine with the idea of District 30 picking up Wickenburg from District 5 to balance District 30. Plus, I think it actually aligns nicely with that. District 5, and honestly, the main reason I ever have a change from your suggestions is because I'm thinking of the communities of interest and how those might better be followed in terms of what they would like. District 5, you suggest picking up New River from District 28. And I think that works well. And then continuing to pick up population from District 28 down to Happy Valley Road, which balances District 5. So basically that I-17 corridor and connecting those communities. District 27 picks up, you mentioned picking up the rest of District 28 Phoenix population, that's fine. The recommendation for District 29 is also fine, picking up Southwest Peoria from District 27. For District 29 and District 28, picking up a little bit of that northern piece of Peoria from District 27 to balance. So those are all changes that we can easily recommend that you had as suggestions. Okay, then moving into Phoenix, based on your recommendations, your suggestions. District 1 will move east into District 4 a little bit. You had recommended that. I am saying I have a different take on that. So for District 1, I believe that you could actually take a look at the Latino Coalition 3.0 map and look at what was going on between District 1, 2, 4, and 8. And I think that map, basically what it does is it moves Sunny Slope from District 1 to District 2. It shifts the District 2 border west to 51st Avenue, which is a City of Phoenix boundary. It shifts the District 4 western boundary north of the mountain preserves to follow Payestowa Freeway. It extends District 1 north to the 101 and picks up areas of District 2 that are east of Sunny Slope and north of Peoria. South of Indian Bend, it'll push the District 8 boundary west to align with the Scottsdale city line. I will also say that we would like to have the same Lehigh. Well, Lehigh, I think, could go into, we want it complete. Right now, Lehigh is in our map, I can't remember, 8 or 9. It's a 9. So it can actually just stay where it is because it's whole as part of that. North of Indian Bend, I think I mentioned, push the District 4 boundary east to the 101. And then move the District 4 southern boundary south to take that piece from District 1, the areas north of Sky Harbor and east of State Route 51. Those would be now did you catch all those? Because that had more changes than what we've had. I'm almost done. Did you catch all of those changes or do you need me to repeat anything?
So Lehigh stays in District 9, D4 east to the 101, and then D4 south is north of Sky Harbor east to District 1.
51, east,
51.
yeah.
Sorry, my handwriting. Yep, I got you.
Okay, I had a whole bunch of changes, but you think you're good with all those with Sunny Slope and D4, D1, all of that?
Here's what I have written, and why, take a listen and let me know where, if I have it right. Okay, look at the Latino Coalition 3.0 map, Districts 1, 2, 4, and 8, and see what happens. Sunny Slope to District 2, District 2 to 51st Avenue, District 4, follow Payestowa Freeway, District 1 north to the 101 freeway, and District 8 west to the Scottsdale boundary line.
Right, yeah, and the reason we're moving District 1 north is to make sure that we've got, those areas of District 2 that are east of Sunny Slope and north of Peoria Avenue. Yep. And then the last one was north of Indian Bend. You're going to push the D4 boundary east to the 101, but I think you got that. right?
Yeah, let me just put north in the event I got it. Yep, I got that one.
Sorry, I couldn't catch that.
Oh, sorry, yeah, I got that one, D4 east to the 101 north of Indian Bend.
Okay, great.
Did that capture it all?
Yep, you got it.
Okay.
Always impressed on how you catch all of this stuff. Okay, then going down to the East Valley into Tempe. The western border of District 9 should be either the 101 or the Tempe Mesa City line. Instead, you had made a recommendation that D8 and D12 move west into Mesa to get extra population, but I'm saying that we should actually not do that. So
Okay,
just,
the two shapes are really different. Which one would you prefer?
well, for which?
The western border should be the 101 or the Tempe boundary line for D9. I guess because there's a curve right in the border between Tempe and Mesa and D9. That's why I was
Right, there's that curve that has a decent number there that's going in from D12 into D9.
Mm-hmm.
So
And then
we're just,
above it, you got the jut out. Yeah.
yeah, that's all I was talking about.
Okay. Gotcha.
And I mean, the line is slightly different, right? Tempe goes over the 101, not even a mile, just a little bit over, but that's why it could go either way. Whichever way works population-wise, either the 101 or the Tempe line, because it's just a slight difference in that area.
Okay.
For D4, just clarifying to make sure we got that the western boundary that's north of the mountain preserve is going to follow Piestewa Freeway. Is that what you had? I just want to make sure that I may not have been clear.
Yeah, D4 western boundary follow Piestewa Freeway. Yes.
Okay.
Got that.
All right. I think that might be most of our changes. Let me just double check, but I'm pretty sure that's most of the changes. I think, okay, I've already mentioned about Sedona. Let me at D22. So I know that there was a comment about District 22. We'll probably have to come back to that as a commission on what to do with that. The Buckeye mayor was talking about it going east. I don't have a suggestion right now, but I'm sure that we'll take a closer look at that. Just thinking about some of the comments that we've received. We're going to not make any changes into, I know there's been some question about LD 25, but I think actually the Glendale mayor's comments actually align pretty nicely with the shape of that LD 25 as we have it in this particular map based on his feedback. Okay, District 8, I'm not sure if I clarified anything in District 8. There was one area in District 8. I wanted to be sure. Maybe let me just go through that, walk through that. I don't know if I actually said anything about that because it's not, I had it as a separate document. It wasn't in your list. So District 8, I just want to make a slight change in that on the east side. Oh, well, basically what we're talking about with District 8 is how far south it'll go to try to align with what the tribe was interested in, as well as it aligns very nicely with some of the work that's that we've been talking about in terms of where the boundaries should be. So for District 8, the northern boundary is going to be the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian Reservation on the east side. I think where you have it, we have to make sure we find, and I think it's Saddlebrook Mountain or Saddle Mountain. Did we include that in this map? Because I remember the president mentioning that. And I can't remember the exact name of that mountain, but we were all talking about the fact that it's in the very north part of the reservation. So if we can end up locating it, the northeast side, okay. The boundary will just travel southwest following the Salt River and then the Red Mountain Freeway as part of that. And then somewhere around, I think we mentioned this before, the roughly Red Mountain Freeway and Country Club, that's where we wanted to dip down and go along Rio Salado. And that's so that it can capture some of the high schools that the students from Salt River go to. And that'll go all the way to the border. So I think pretty close to the way you have this is good. It will take a piece of Tempe as well, west of the Pima Freeway and north of the Superstition. So I think that's where District 8 goes. As part of it. And again, Lehigh can go, I think it's in District 8 right now. So, oh, it's in 9 and it can stay there. Or 8.
Just to clarify, that what you're just saying down at the south of D8 about Superstition Freeway, can you repeat that?
Yeah, so so basically what we're talking about is the south boundary. So you're taking it over to Country Club, which will include the high schools. And then it's going to go south down Country Club, west on Rio Salado till it gets to the 101 or the freeway. Then it will go, it'll grab the section of Tempe that's west of the freeway, north of the Superstition. So that piece that we were just talking about that's coming out for District 9, it'll take that, I think, of District 12. I'm not
Brian,
sure if it's gonna imbalance the population. That's actually, I need to go back to the population. Yeah, it's because District 8 was a little low population-wise. So this is just to try to balance the population between 8 and 9 in that area. So that's really all I'm trying to do there. So that block, we were going to move District 9 over. We're just trying to get that balance.
Sorry, I'm still not following.
I know, I may not be very clear here.
Where? Yeah, which way is District 8 moving? More into 9? Across the freeway?
Thank you. That's right. Isn't it also called that?
Well, it is to us, but they live in.
They're not, right. So we're talking about the US 60, right? You guys, when we say the Superstition Freeway?
Right.
Okay.
So yeah, that's why it was throwing me off as a reference as the 60, but then talking about District 9. So the 60 is in District 12, right?
Well, it goes through 8, 12, 9, 10.
Right. It goes along, there's that border right in that area of 12, 9, and 8.
So
as
is
part-
everything, are you saying everything north of Superstition Freeway that's currently in 12 would go into 8?
Let me look at the easternmost part above above US 60.
That's currently in 12.
That's currently in 12. Let me just double check to make sure that's not gonna, well, that's, if we take that out of, I had that all figured out and now I'm looking at your numbers. I don't know if I can take those out of 12 without impacting that population because that was balanced. That's the part, that easternmost piece that I'm talking about there. So that one piece from 12 was going to go into 9. We were going to make adjustments. See what your recommendation is.
17,000 people.
The western border is going to be, I'm sorry, what? How much is 12?
It's
12
highlighted on the screen.
Brian, it's 12 balanced without the highlighting.
12. See, I didn't.
5,000 under.
5,000 under.
Under 5,000 under.
5,520.
Okay, so the area that you're highlighting is what I was talking about.
And that was roughly 17,000.
That's 17,000 taking from 12, and you said 12 is over by 5?
Under by 5.5.
All right, so removing them isn't going to work. Where are we with 8 and 9? I thought I had this all worked out.
8 is 38,000 short currently.
Which is 30,000 short,
38,700.
even with the changes that we just made?
No, as is. So if 8 adds 17,000, still 19.
Well, so 8, yeah, it'll make up some of that shortage up by the 101 freeway, those changes by the North Tempe border you're talking about.
Yeah, that's the north part, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm kind of not sure what I want to do with that because I don't want to completely mess up 12 now because we had it in pretty good shape. So we still need population in 8, but how's 9 with what we made the changes? Is that going to be okay? Because I thought we had all of this. Because we didn't really make major changes in 9, other than that one piece.
Right, but 9 was significantly over before we began. It's over by 20,000 before any of these changes are made.
And 8 is under. Yeah, I'm just trying to keep Dobson Ranch together, which is, we could potentially, actually, there's a good, we could potentially take a piece of 9 from Rio Salado down to Main Street. Although it cuts into Dobson. I don't necessarily want to do that because that's the Asian population. They have a big population all along Dobson Road. 8 is short. It could dip down to University from 9 potentially.
Right.
Down along Country Club.
Oh,
Because 9 is over. So if we took that piece down there and put it into 8, have it dip down. Or it could go.
no, not that area, Brian. That,
Oh,
on the
sorry, I
north.
was looking at the map.
Yeah.
No, further north.
Yeah,
Further north.
the north border between 8 and 9. Yeah.
Next
So
block
instead of
over.
having Rio Salado, instead of having Rio Salado, what's that border? It could be the 1 mile south University.
So staying north of University.
Yeah, it could do that. D8 could also potentially pick up, I don't know the population in that area. It could also take, instead of being at the 202 border, it could go down to McKellips over to the, it would basically take the Lehigh area and move it from D9 to D8 in its entirety. But I'm thinking that one area where if it goes down, if we take Rio Salado, instead of using Rio Salado, if we use University, that should balance the population. We need to lose, we don't know how far, I don't know how many more people we need to lose from D9 to D8. Based on the changes we have so far. What did you think?
And Brian's going to draw it. Hold on a second.
Talking about this block right here.
Yeah.
That's 11,000.
That block? Yeah,
Yep.
so if we moved that over,
To 8.
yeah, would that be about, based on all the other changes, we might be closer in population? And that's a natural group as well, along between University and Rio Salado. Those are solid communities of interest in
Well,
that.
definitely the folks there.
And it doesn't, I'm not worried about it being absolutely perfect because all these maps are going to shift. But
That's 23,000 if you went down to university. Or
The main.
Maine.
so what I would suggest is, this is the concept, and, if we need fewer people in that, then it can go up. We just are going to university, that's all. I think you went down to Main Street. We just want to do the university on that.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I was just curious to see how many. But yeah, if we just go to university.
That should work.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, would it be if we take it down to university and then follow the Tempe Mesa border? So just take the Tempe part below university, would that be okay?
Below university?
Yeah, so the yellow line there is the city border. So if we just if we take what Brian's got highlighted in blue plus the pink area that's west of the yellow line.
Sure,
Okay.
that could work.
That
We
should
could
get-
certainly, yeah.
That would get D9, I think, balanced, well, about 3%, so reasonably balanced, and then we'd see what it does to 8.
Okay. And then the only other thing I just wanted to mention, I think that was it, the last piece that you had mentioned is in District 13. Again, trying to keep as much of these communities as close as possible. So if we can adjust a little bit, if District 13, LD 13 should probably take as much population from Chandler near especially Warner and Dobson roads. Let me see. Well, actually, District 13 and District 14, how are they in terms of their population? They weren't on our list. So are they pretty balanced?
Both over by 10,000.
Oh, both over by 10,000. Okay, it wasn't on the list that you had sent, so that's why I didn't have that.
10,000 in District 13 and 9,300 in District 14.
Yeah, the suggestions are fairly general, just D12 and D8 move east into the valley to pick up that extra population.
Okay. So I think what we want to do is try to have as much of these two districts as complete as possible for the communities that are there. So if LD 13 could take more population, since it's mostly Chandler, it does include Sun Lakes, which was their request. If LD 13 can take more population from Chandler near Warner and Dobson in particular for balancing of population and make those modifications between LD 13 and LD 14 to pretty much try to capture, if you draw the cities on there, to try to capture the cities, maybe you could put either Gilbert or Chandler up as the city boundary.
Yeah, the two of them are pretty much equal themselves. They're 4.3 and 3.9. So between them, they're balanced. They're just both 4% over.
Okay.
So I don't know if there's.
Yeah, I was thinking of seeing if we could try to get that piece of Gilbert into, I don't know where D12 is right now. I don't want to keep taking population from it.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Are we in pretty good shape with D12, just population balancing?
5,500 under.
Under, so I don't want to take any more from that. You know what, for right now, I think we're just going to leave these two the way they are. There are some changes that I would suggest that basically captures the entire city for those, but at this point, for the sake of where we are right now, I think it's good for us to just, I'm just going to leave those alone. I don't want to keep messing with 1,000 here and 1,000 there, since they're pretty close. In District 4, just one sort of last comment on that. I don't know if trying to remember if you said anything. Yeah, we talked about a few things to make some changes in District 4, and I think I may have captured this, but there's a neighborhood called Palomino Neighborhood, which is Greenway to Bell, 32nd Street to 24th Street. And we could put that in LD2. And so that might just be some population balancing there too, as well as keeping a community of interest together. And that's all the major changes. In the north, as I mentioned, we want to follow the recommendations that we had from the Navajo Nation for District 6 and District 7. We want to basically keep the way we have it laid out in our map 12.0. So I think we've got.
Just a quick note. Sorry, it looks like the Palomino's already in D4.
D2.
Oh, you want to move? Oh, you want to move that into D2? Gotcha. Okay.
It's a D2. Right.
And that's
We
what I
want
have highlighted right now.
I'm sorry?
And that's what I have highlighted right now from
Yeah.
Greenway to Bell, 32nd East. We're
Right.
going west.
Okay.
Yeah. So we just wanted to move that in there, and we want to be sure Sunny Slope is also in D2. But I think it is already.
Yeah.
So Sunny Slope keeps getting moved around. Those are all my changes. And again, I just want to reiterate that by far 2/3 of map 12.0 overlap pretty well, not completely, but overlap pretty well with our draft map 10.0. So these are, most of these are line changes, trying to pull communities of interest together in different ways, but they're not wholesale changes. There are a few places that we've done a modification like LD 25 that I recognize, but a lot of them are not hugely widespread in many ways. Again, the goal has been for communities of interest to listen to the public as much as possible, to the hearings, listen to our mayors and council members to try to align people as much as possible. We also.
And if I could add to that, obviously we're trying to consider the rural and urban interests, the Latino coalition, the African American, but more also the Native community. And I think we talked about it earlier. There's 22 tribes in the state, but for the Northern District, Madam Chair, I know we're talking about the Navajo proposal, but it also includes support of 6 other tribes. And so I think that's very important. There's 6 tribes supporting the Navajo Nation proposal. And so what we're recommending is removing Flagstaff from this portion, because yes, there's ties, but there's very, very different communities of interest between Flagstaff and the Navajo Nation, as I pointed out earlier. And we also talked about the White Mountain area. We heard from the officials of Show Low and the chairwoman for White Mountain that, they have close connections and close ties, and so keeping them together is very, very important. And so, but overall, what we're putting on the table is, again, recognizing the vast community of interest that we have here in the state. The 22 tribes, I want to acknowledge there's 22 tribes here in the state, and they actually have about 30% of the land base, even though tribes in general are 4% of the Arizona population. They do have significant land holdings, which, I think we're trying to recognize that. And so we want to close there, but that's our recommendation, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Mark and or Doug, do you have any clarification questions of my colleagues? And part 2, when might we expect new iterations of the maps.
I don't have any questions on my side. Doug, do you have any questions?
I think we got a pretty good sense of where to go.
I think on the timeline, the plan is to start working on these maps once the meeting's over and work into the night to get them as complete as possible. The goal would be to get them all done tonight. But if that does not become possible, the goal would be to get them done in the morning of tomorrow to get you guys at least a day and a half to be able to look at all of the maps. But like I said, the stress goal is to get it done today.
Thank you. And I would, every step of the way from the beginning, whenever the commission raised a concern or a need, you have been nothing but responsive, and it was fabulous to get the previous map so quickly. And it really does help us have prep time. And along those lines, just so that we're all on the same page, we'll receive these new iteration of the maps. We'll all study them. We'll look, for what we like about them, what we don't like about them. And then from there, we're going to collectively vote on a starting point. Could be one map, could be the other map. Maybe even, I don't know if everybody could agree on a combination in some way, but we're going to vote on a starting point, and from there, begin to lock in decisions when we feel the deliberative process has been complete. And then from there, continue to strive to really have one main map be the driver, and we come back closer together to what I think is really possible. So we have how much time? About 10 minutes? There is one item that I know our council at some point would like to give us an administrative update just from the Secretary of State's office as it relates to our time frame. I don't know, council, if that's something you want to bring up in 10 minutes, or if you want to.
Yeah, we could do it in 10 minutes. As it deals with some of the VRA issues and some of the reporting, et cetera, we would recommend that you go into executive session, but we could get it done in 10 minutes easily.
Okay, so at this point, I'm going to suggest that we go into executive session in order to get an update on some administrative issues that relate to VRA compliance, which will not be open to the public for the purpose of obtaining legal advice to further implement and/or advance these legal issues pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A3. After that, we will return to the public session, during which we will make final announcements, close public comments, and adjourn. So we will now go into, the motion. I will entertain a motion to go into executive session.
Seconded.
With no debate, Vice Chair Watchman.
Aye.
Commissioner Meal.
Aye.
Commissioner Lerner.
Aye.
Commissioner York.
Aye.
Commissioner Newberg is an aye. With that, we will move into executive session to discuss some administrative issues related to VRA compliance. Okay, thank you for everybody's patience. Please, Val, note for the minutes that Commissioner Meal has left at 1:58. Before we move to the next agenda item, I'm going to turn it over to our counsel just to give a brief overview of the legal advice.
Sounds good. Actually, we're not going to talk about legal advice, but we're going to go into what the solution of the agenda going forward post approval of the maps. When the maps are approved by the commission, they will be approved subject to administrative changes from the individual county elections. From the approval date, 7 days thereafter, the county election officials from the 15 counties will have an opportunity to request minor changes to account for minor issues such as split apartment complexes and precinct level type information, but they will be minor, and the final maps will be subject to that. Post those 7 days, the mapping consultants will be provided 7 additional days to adjust for those minor changes from the different counties and report back to staff. The legal and staff will finalize the IRC Commission report with all attachments by the 21st day. By the 25th day, the IRC will come back into session to certify the final maps, affirming that only administrative changes were made and reflect the final vote that was selected on the original date. On the next day, by the next day, the IRC staff and mapping will officially transmit the maps after certification to the Arizona Secretary of State's office. So for the county officials, the major date that I believe staff has agreed to is as a 7-day window to allow for the counties to request minor changes. Any questions from the commissioners?
Thank you very much. With that, we'll move to agenda item 8, next meeting date. We will reconvene here at the Palomar, December 16th, Thursday, 9 a.m. And I believe we intend to deliberate a full day up until 5 p.m. We'll move to agenda item number 9. We'll now close public comments. Please note, members of the commission may not discuss items that are not specifically identified on the agenda. Therefore, pursuant to ARS 38-431.01H, action taken as a result of public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter, responding to any criticism, or scheduling the matter for